So Stefano Alocchio with the blast of the whistle, and Urbano Caro with the wave of the flag, and we get it underway. And Soudal Quickstep controlling along with Groupama, FTJ, Cyril Bart.
And immediately that's an indication that everybody expects the group to be large, as Garofoli didn't really kick it off. As the team of the Maglia Rosa, Fran Miolovic, goes on the attack for Bahrain Victorious.
Pickney Postenel following, Bardiani involved as well. Spalletti, we haven't seen him up the road yet. That's a new name. So Pickney Postenel and Bardiani with a little bit of a gap. Paletti, and trying to see who that is on his wheel. Not entirely obvious, but Soudal Quickstep get a rider. And now Polti Visit Malta move, and so do EF Education Easy Post.
Might be Naberman once again. Garofoli is not the moment. It's not going to be just smashing the peloton. Their way to move clear as James Shaw goes on the Van der Lee.
It's Van der Lee, Jardi Van der Lee again.
Sobrero is also being part of the first attackers as Polti Visit Malta. Might be Sevilla. It's Lukas Kubic following. It's going to take a lot of time for the breakaway to be settled.
So that Polti Visit Malta rider brings Lukas Kubic to the front. Picknick Postenel really animating things at the front. They've had a disappointing Giro d'Italia so far. Slightly better signs from Warren Barguil a couple of days ago in the breakaway, but nonetheless comfortably beaten at the finish line.
There you go. Garofoli, a much faster attack now. Garofoli and Rouge from Lotto Intermarché.
Yeah, that was an explosive acceleration there from the young Italian climber. And Jonas Rutsch, the German rouleur. We've seen him off the front, and I don't think he's actually successfully made it into a break that's lasted or got stuck, as UAE now send a rider up the road is Jan Christen, I think, scrambling to get onto the wheel of the Swiss.
It's Mikkel Bjerg.
It's Mikkel Bjerg instead, isn't it, the Danish rider?
Followed by Busato from Alpecin Premier Tech.
Marcus Hulgaard as well, the big figure of the Uno X rider. Busato then on the wheel of Bjerg. Connor Swift it is from net company Ineos. Hulgaard, Rutsch. Flick of the elbow there from Mikkel Bjerg. And this is going to be the pattern for some time now. It's going to be very difficult, especially on these flat roads. There are one or two little tiny uncategorized climbs along the way, which might just be useful for these groups to try and prize themselves away.
Yeah, and as we said, it's not going to be by just a matter of strength. They be seen not attacking full gas, because they know at this point it might take a very long time before it settles. So they're just hoping that a gap eventually will be opening up, but not à la pédale, as the French says. Not just by smashing and breaking the elastic with the pure strength and pure power, but rather more on a tactic way.
Got some real horsepower at the front of this race at the moment, though. Michael Valgren is there, so too is Marcus Hulgaard, Connor Swift, and Mikkel Bjerg. Once again followed by the Italian Francesco Busato of Alpecin Premier Tech. They've got a little bit of a gap, those two. And behind it's Unibet Rose Rockets, which the fact that they're attacking as well tells a story that the sprinters aren't expected to make it to the finish line today. Larry Warbass picking up the American from Tudor Pro Cycling. Lukas Kubic, Slovakian national champion, just on his own now, trying to get across to the front of the race to join Mikkel Bjerg and Francesco Busato, followed by a rider from Pinarello Q36.5 and Mikko Maestri from Polti Visit Malta.
Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe also involved in the chase, as we back at the with the camera at the back of the race as Pellizzari sees at the back. A little bit of tailwind, as you can see.
Yeah, the wind is coming from the south, pure southerly direction today, and almost all of today's race route is due north, so it's going to be a tailwind all day. And right at the back as well, the Ecuadorian national champion, Jonathan Narvaez. But don't read anything into that. He's got a teammate attacking at the front, and Narvaez is a master of patience and just calmly waiting for the attackers, the groups, to tire themselves out in pursuit of the breakaway, and then he does have an uncanny knack of being able to plant himself in the break of the day. But it's his teammate who's doing the early work here, Mikkel Bjerg. Red Bull Border Hansgrohe rider is Mick van Dijk. Been given a bit of freedom today.
Yeah, also yesterday I thought like he wanted to do this contest the sprint, but at the end he didn't quite maybe had the legs to do something good.
Lidl Trek, I think it's Gebrektjabir. Again, a rider who often has Jonathan Milan.
Where is Marnier?
Where is Marnier? That is a very good question. Jonathan Milan, normally shadowed by the Maglia Ciclamino wherever he moves.
Jasper Stuyven
spotted his moment there, didn't he? And that was a big acceleration.
And that's why Jasper Stuyven is going to be there just to trying to slow this breakaway down as they move clear. 5 riders, 6, sorry, at the very front, but it's far from being settled. They just open up a gap thanks to the powerful acceleration of the Italian sprinter.
He has got that magic power, hasn't he, Jonathan Milan, when he's trying to get clear, when he does spot an opportunity, because he's got that raw power of the sprinter, as Paul Magnier watches on this time. He is able to break the elastic and get a gap and persist with it as well. Looks around, checks to see what's happening behind. Groupama FDJ trying to get across a little bit of a gap, but look at Milan just shooting up on the right-hand side of the bunch. That is a sprinter's acceleration. Almost impossible for any other riders to immediately follow.
I haven't seen exactly who was the Astana XCS Astana rider. They still have a little gap, but behind I think it's Ethan Vernon, might be. He was involved in some attacks before. No, I think it's Dion Smith.
Christian Scaroni on the wheel of Jonathan Milan. 2 Bardiani riders latched onto that train. Jasper Stuyven is the man in the middle. And Connor Swift is still towards the front for Net Company Ineos.
Arjen Levins moved clear because this attack was being shot down.
Tarozzi on his wheel. And on we go. Already 10 kilometres into today's stage almost. 9 and a bit anyway. With the tailwind as well, these speeds are going to be pretty extraordinary in the opening phase of racing.
Pippo Ganna appears at the front for the first time. There is Raccagnino Viero as well in there.
Calms down just a bit at the front as we wait for the next series of attacks to be launched. Jack Haig on the front from Net Company Ineos.
Bettiol in there, Rojas for Bardiani launches another attack, and is Leknesund on the move as well.
It's got a gap.
National champion for Puerto Rico.
And another national champion going with him, this time from Norway, Andreas Leknesund.
Berggren in the move as well as Johan Jacobs. I think it might be either Mozzato or Barbas. I haven't quite see the Tudor rider. Pole to visit Malta, Pinarello Q36.5, and it's Jack Haig at the back trying to shut this down with Pippo Ganna on his wheel. 7
riders at the front, a little bit of a gap. Jack Haig, Net Company Ineos chasing.
So today, Net Company Ineos are involved into controlling the situation. I don't know if to set up an attack from Pippo Ganna or really to show that they want to control the race. I think more the first of the 2 options.
It's a powerful little group, this. Got themselves working very quickly. Michael Valgren and a Danish rider, and Andreas Leknesund. Johan Jacobs, who's been very aggressive throughout the last few days of racing, was in the break yesterday.
Larry Barbassa as well, and Diego Sevilla. Ben Turner come at the front. They want to keep this at bay.
Interesting, isn't it? Filippo Ganna was rather downplaying any prospect of victory today when he gave an interview before the stage. So it's kind of indicating the climbs are just too hard, and saying that it's not the Cipressa and the Poggio. It's much harder than that, and on that kind of terrain, it's only the climbers who are really going to be able to survive over the top of the second climb. And yet, Net Company Ineos riding a very controlling race here.
I think in this case was what you call like just for the charm, you know, like for the lucky charm, just saying, no, I'm not going to do anything, because you want to downplay a little bit the pressure. that you feel on your shoulder. But they gaining ground the 7 at the same for reason, because Net Company was at the front, but then eventually they are kind of slowing down. So I think it was maybe the case just to control and ensure that these 7 riders breakaway would be able to move clear.
So actually doing a bit of finessing and controlling at the front, and it's definitely eased off towards the front.
But it's far from being settled. I don't think that nobody else will want attack.
65 kilometers an hour, Jacopo, at the moment.
So the wind is actually blowing more than we were expecting, as Jonas Vingegaard is probably showing himself at the front just to ask like if he's fine. It's going to be time for a pit stop. But the gap now is quite considerable, quite big. As another attacker, a solo one, moved at the front of the race.
Well, the 2 Italian teams, oh no, Polti Visit Malta have got a rider there.
And Bardiani as well with Rojas.
And Bardiani with Rojas, of course, the Puerto Rican national champion. Not in the blue of his teammates. And it's Picnic Postanel again, who made a bit of a habit of mistiming their attempts to get in the breakaway. And once again, it's Tim Naberman who's often been handed the responsibility of trying to get in the moves. Successfully on occasions. Fredrik Dversnes is following him, but he's got a teammate in Leknesund up the road.
And Pippo Ganna also followed this move with Sobrero on his wheel.
Oh, Ganna's moving. Ganna has attacked to get across to the front of the race. There's no controlling about this. This is Pippo Ganna trying to ride to get in a breakaway. Matteo Sobrero has picked the best wheel in town, hasn't he, there? So Sobrero's really struggling just to hold the wheel of Ganna. And Ganna, on this kind of form, as Mick van Dijk tries to control, has got a gap and is, if he carries on with this, going to bring this breakaway back.
13 seconds in the meantime, and I think might be Garofoli or no, Raccagni Noviero, I think, by the size of the body. Yes, indeed, it's the Italian.
UAE have missed it, Jacopo.
Yeah, it's Van den Bosch actually. I apologize. Polti Visit Malta also want to be part of the mix.
They've already got a rider up the road, Polti Visit Malta. I think it might be Mattia Bais again. And Matteo Sobrero sharing work now with Filippo Ganna and Fabio Van den Bosche. Another Polti Visit Malta rider gets across to the wheels of those 3, the second group on the road. But the 7-rider group at the front is, I was going to say, out of sight. As we look at the chase group, this is group 2 on the road. Sobrero, Fabio Van den Bosche and Filippo Ganna.
Marcus Hulgaard trying to rejoin with what I think it might be Garofoli. It's an interesting move because they choose a moment where the road is not super big, but at the back, as you see, UAE Team Emirates doesn't want to give freedom to this move, as all the gaps opening up in front of Jonas Rasch from Lotto Intermarché, just 2-3 meters.
Haven't made too much progress across to the front of the race yet. That 10-second gap needs to be shut down. Filippo Ganna, even he can't do it all on his own. The Ganna attack coming off on the left-hand side of the road.
With his brother-in-law, Matteo Sobrero. Mick van Dijk was there, but I think like this is the kind of teams that they're gonna try something, but when they see they have to spend too much energy, they're probably gonna stop being a part of the attacks. As back at the front, we're a little bit disrupted coordination. Diego Sevilla insisting, Johan Jacobs, Barbasse, the former USA national champion.
In the black of Tudor Pro Cycling.
Mark Donovan for Pinarello Q36, Wahlgren, Leknesund and Rojas. It's a very good group of riders that can ride hard in on the flat.
The bunch now, which I think has come back together again, are not too far behind. Leknesund looks around.
No, there is a group, the group of Ganna's.
Swelled in size, hasn't it? It's got a few more riders and the bunch isn't too far behind them. They've got a little bit of a gap. The riders are still trying to fire themselves across that gap. Red Bull Border Hansgrohe, Pinarello Q36.5. But Mikko Bjerg has made the move, and he is in that Ganna group now.
Very stretched out, the peloton, as you see at the back. Some riders are trying to rejoin all solo, but it's going to be a very demanding task. And behind this, the group is all in one line. while they're crossing Masio. We are in the Monferrato region that covers the province of Alessandria, Asti, and as well Torino. The Gara Gap, this group has moved clear. I recognize Marcellusi, Sobrero, De Ganna, Stuyven, and the presence of Jasper Stuyven in recent days.
Thomas Silva might have got himself in that move as well from XCS Astana. So some good riders in that second group. A few teams look to have missed it, and there's still a lot of urgency at the front of the peloton to try and get across to that group. I mean, there's no Picnic Postanel riders, for instance, once again. Jasper Stuyven just looks around and allows Filippo Ganna to come onto his wheel.
Well, there is the back seems like it's not yet settled as they trying to rejoin this group. This is the second group of the road, is the group of let's say Filippo Ganna group.
Yep.
But good rouleur as well, as featuring Van den Bosch, Stuyven, Garofoli, Marcellusi. There is another group on the road, and there is the peloton.
And look how fast the groups are moving. The tailwind is helping the speed. Big attack coming from the back of that group, just as it was beginning to stall. An attempt to try and get across to this second group on the road. The gaps on the road are not big, but the pace this is being raced mean they're very, very hard to shut down at the moment.
There's an attack coming from XCS Astana. It's trying to rejoin the group of Filippo Ganna. There is some others on the road. It's all stretched out, and I think if they keep insisting with this, soon the elastic will be broken.
I think that might be Christian Scaroni, who's got across to the Ganna group, where I think his teammate Thomas Silva is as part of this move. Two riders from Soudal Quickstep, including Jasper Stuyven. Animated, though, by Filippo Ganna. He was the one who attacked in the company of, as you say, his brother-in-law. Interesting detail. Matteo Sobrero, who went with him. But still, they haven't made progress right across to the front of the race. Still, they're trying to shut down that 7-rider group at the front.
Still keeping 9-second gap. Andrea Mifsud from Malta.
Speaks with a strong French accent, doesn't he, as we discovered the other day in an interview. As I think you said, it's raced in the past with a French racing license.
But the peloton is all there. There is a gap. There is a gap. So if it won't be shut down immediately, because one team was missing, and it's Movistar, which I think they're at the front of the race, of the peloton, sorry, trying to rejoin the group of Filippo Ganna. Yeah, there's no real collaboration behind us. This group has been always collaborating. 9 seconds, they lost some time, but they're still quite clear ahead of everybody else, for the moment at least.
So Mark Donovan, Andreas Leknesund, Larry Warbass, Michael Valgren, Rojas, the Puerto Rican national champion from Bardiani, and Johan Jacobs once again at the front of the race. We're seeing a lot of the familiar names who've featured in several breakaways already. Johan Jacobs among them. Andreas Leknesund has been hugely aggressive throughout this Giro d'Italia. Of course, beaten into second place by Jonathan Narvaez. And Alfonso Olalio is off the back.
Mechanical
rear
back, yeah, rear wheel for Alfonso Olalio, is already escorted by Robert Stannard. Normally the team car should be already there, as featuring the first rider in the general classification.
Should be just a bike change rather than a wheel change at this point, when the race temperature is so high. The racing is on. Neutral service. This next car should be his team car. It certainly is. His bike will be on the outside. Easy to replace.
Yeah, bike change.
Bike change. Computer change. Clip back on. Stannard will help him now pace himself back on. He's not the only rider off the back, as you can see. There's quite a few riders making their way back through the convoy. So just needs to do this in the most economical way possible.
Yeah, still a very long way for him, and can benefit from the support of Robert Stannard. This is one of the little part that goes uphill that we mentioned. There are 3 of those. Not many today's stage, but soon he's going to be able to rejoin with the cars. Doesn't have to rush things. You just want to spend as little as possible.
So that very stubborn 10-second gap still exists, and it's proving mighty difficult for the groups to try and shut down. But there's a number of teams who've missed out. Filippo Ganna is still in this in the peloton now, and still trying to sniff out the right move. Might be about to go again. Magnier just lets the wheel open up there, and then Marcellucci goes after Filippo Ganna. This is a second big attack from Filippo Ganna, who now appears obviously completely determined to make it into the breakaway today. Jan Christen is showing off the white jersey of UAE Team Emirates. He latches onto the wheel of the Ganna-driven group, but everybody is trying to get on that same wheel. Ganna's, if you to look around, would see a dozen riders on his wheel.
Also Arrieta is in there, Tunard, Pinarello.
Alessandro Pinarello, that last rider in that shot from Q30, from NSN, I should say.
They gain time in here because they're collaborating 24-25 seconds.
Diego Sevilla is in the Multivisit Malta rider in that front group. So he's already accruing further kilometres in the overall La Fuga competition, the breakaway prize, to add to his big tally. As Afonso Eulalia is drafting on the back of his team car. Needs to be a bit careful about how long he stays on the bumper of this car.
Yeah, it's always
full view on live television.
Unfortunately, that's the reason most of the time, rather than the mere time that he spends in there. As Robert Stannard definitely much more stressed than the Portuguese, as he already 2 times pointed out to follow my wheel, but Eulalia has been heard saying tranquilo, tranquilo. There's still time for them to come back. As another group emerged. Another couple of groups, actually.
Yeah, well, this is the second group on the road with Jasper Stuyven, Mirko Maestri, Busato,
Mikkel
Bjerg, and Thomas Silver in it.
No, it's Betiola, actually.
Alberto Betiola, my apologies, from XTS Astana.
It's a good group, this.
And then there's a third group behind with that was animated, I think, by Filippo Ganna.
Oh, a lot still happening. As we said, large group will be forming. Look at the size of. Behind there are at least a dozen of riders trying to be rejoined by another 3, Lukas Kubic and I think Florian Stork with them.
Piquet Postanello finally placed a rider up the road. It's Chris Hamilton. He's just about got into that big third group.
And another group was about to launch an attack featuring one rider from Visma Leasebike, with more attacks to come.
This is becoming a bit chaotic, isn't it?
It is chaotic.
What have we got? 35 riders off the front at least now?
It's going to be very likely a couple of pelotons.
As Eulalia calmly making his way back into what remains of the peloton. Luca Paletti on the wheel of the Maglia Rosa.
I have sustained a mechanical as well.
He was one of the first riders to attack when the flag dropped, Luca Paletti. And finds himself at the back of the peloton with the race leader. With the blue Dossard numbers today, having won the Red Bull kilometre and picked up those 6 bonus seconds yesterday.
Looked like a very warm day for the riders.
Huge group now visible coming together on the road. Look at that. These 2 groups, I think this is the 3rd and 4th group on the road. When they get together, these 2 groups, it's a mini peloton.
Van Dijk in there for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. Number 105 for NSN team is Dion Smith. There is a gap to the peloton. We don't know how large it is as the attacks continues. UAE Team Emirates trying to rejoin, but there is still attacks coming in the peloton.
Who's controlling this peloton at the moment?
I think nobody. That's
nobody.
Why
It's total chaos, isn't it?
Yeah. There is not yet real collaboration at the front, as this gap has been shut down very fast indeed. And I think the second chasing group is the one with featuring Betiola, Stuyven, and the remaining 3 riders.
Andrea Missoud on the offensive again, following the wheel of Oliver Naesen, the Belgian from Decathlon. Tarozzi, Paletti, And Robert Stannard and Afonso Eulalia are back in the peloton.
That's a moment like Robert Stannard was really stressing out in this moment while Eulalia was showing to keep it easy. You need to stay calm in those situations. You don't have to stress out.
Well, Eulalia growing into his role as the race leader day after day, and that's another exhibition there of how to ride as a GC racer. Looks like Uno X Mobility have missed out. They are at the front of the peloton now with 2 riders.
So the situation on this is the peloton was being brought back, the large group that was forming this, the chasing group with 5 riders.
This is the Bettiol Stuyven group, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kolbjerg and Maestri.
And they see the breakaway up front, the early, I would say the first breakaway, the first attackers of the day. Rojas, Wahlgren, Jacobs, Donovan, Sevilla, Barbasse and Leknesund.
19 seconds though. This is a very good group, but they're making no impact on the front of the race. Andreas Leknesund, Larry Warbasse, Michael Wahlgren, Mark Donovan, Johan Jacobs and Diego Sevilla at the front of the race. Diego Sevilla obviously trying to build up his tally of kilometres off the front, but also thinking about the possibility of taking a few more points in the King of the Mountains competition.
Here is the peloton as definitely slow it down. Seems like giving up on a chase. To be seen if that's a reality, but the road itself is not too large. Some teams are still missing from the front. Movistar, Net Company, Ineos.
Movistar haven't really tried today.
No.
Which is interesting in itself.
There we go, another attack coming.
And it all kicks off again at the in the peloton. Rider after rider then reacting, following the wheels. Movistar with a couple of riders now. Ivan Garcia Cortina just policing things at the back of that group.
Lammerese from Picnic Posta NL.
Mick van Dijk attacks on the left, just tries to go solo. Garofoli.
Milesi in there for Movistar, followed by Oliveira.
Paul Magnier. So Jonathan Milan attacking earlier on today. Soudal Quickstep have got representation in that second group with Jasper Stuyven, who's been really aggressive throughout the Giro d'Italia, Stuyven, and he's got that 1 second place in Napoli as his reward so far. But Mick van Dijk looks around this group at 37 seconds in front of the peloton, to the front of the race, where the 6 riders at the front are consistently gaining time on the second group, the Stuyven-Bettiol group, which the time gap is now 23 seconds. To this group. So this group itself is only, what, some 12, 13, 14 seconds off the front of the peloton.
Yeah, they're there. If eventually the peloton will slow down, the first group might as well wait for those, but till it hasn't been settled behind all of the 2 groups, they're going to be full gas because they don't want to be caught from the peloton behind. Back at the front.
Sorry, Jakob, but we're missing one rider from that front group, aren't we? Rojas was in that front group originally, and he's no longer there. So I don't think Bardiani, unless I've got the groups wrong, I'm pretty sure Rojas was in that front group.
Yeah, he was.
We've only got 6 riders now, and the Puerto Rican national champion isn't there. So Bardiani, I think, have missed out so far.
Yeah, if he was, he's a tiny rider, I don't know whether he was hiding behind somebody else.
Yeah, that's possible. But he might just have been dropped as well.
Yeah, because we see what you see on the television, so we don't have multiple screen ahead of us, so we might as well lose some footage or riders at the same time. So here the speed comparison start to grow the gap over the peloton. 47 seconds. The first chasing group is not making the impact they were hoping on the breakaway.
No, the fastest part of the race is the front of the race at the moment. So this is the Stuyven-Berg Bettiol group. They got to within around about 13 seconds of the front of the race, but now it's double the gap, 26 seconds. They're making no impact.
27, still losing ground.
But then it also looks like the peloton have eased up now.
yeah, the road itself is not super large, so if some teams want to block the road, they have a chance. As some more attacks, as the shape of the peloton indicates. Another attacker, I think it's again Team Picnic Postenel. It is. Followed by Emmanuel Gebrseghbir. First time we've seen him on the attack today.
Sean Flynn is the Picnic Postenel rider who left it a little bit late. Gebrseghbir getting across to him. Good ally for Sean Flynn to have with him here. Corbin Strong trying to get in the move again. Tracked by, from XDS Astana, Thomas Silva. Another podium stage finish for Thomas Silva yesterday. 3rd place, 2nd in the sprint behind Tornards.
It was a good sprint by the Uruguayan. As racing very competitive. Has already got 2 3rd place and a 1st place, plus of course the Maglia Rosa. So racing very good. But they continue to grow a gap over everybody else. This group of now 6 riders. Indeed, Rojas we haven't seen when he was dropped. Is the attack that was forming today breakaway. It didn't come like with a powerful move, you know. It was just like controlling one each other, the remaining part of the peloton. Because Jack Haig seemed like he wanted to shut it down, but not really committed full gas, I think. And eventually they got good.
There we are. There's the shot of him. I think he just didn't have the legs to hold his position in that very powerful group that was riding at in excess of 60 kilometers an hour, and yeah, it's just been dropped off by sheer power. I think Rojas, the Puerto Rican, which does leave Bardiani without representation off the front of the race, and unfortunately for them, as has been the pattern throughout this Giro, Polti Visit Malta have got 2 riders in the 2 different groups. Right at the front of the race, they've got Diego Sevilla, but they've also got Mirko Maestri in Group 2 at 26 seconds. The peloton, though, still riding. They're still attacking from the front of the bunch. The time gap had gone out to over a minute. It's back down to 57 seconds as groups continue to break off, splinter off from the front of the peloton, and it still hasn't quite calmed down. And again, this is another one of these little tre capi on the route today. Just a little bit of a rise in the road, allowing presenting an opportunity for the stronger riders to try and use it as a launch pad. Jack Haig is in this group, so too is Corbin Strong.
Massive attack coming here with Ben Turner and Pippo Ganna.
2 of Net Company Ineos' most powerful riders. This time Ben Turner's trying to set it up for Filippo Ganna to come off his wheel. You can see how difficult it is for those riders to try and latch onto this acceleration. Cyril Barth in the blue of Groupama. It's Sobrero again who's trying to go with this move in the company of EF Education's.
I think the tactic of Pippo Ganna and Ben Turner is just to create another group on the road that might as well rejoin the front. It seems the first chasing group doesn't quite have the legs to close the gap, as they still keep the same disadvantage of 30 seconds. 55 is going down a little bit in favor of the peloton as Filippo Ganna take the lead, followed again by Sobrero.
James Shaw is the name that just eluded me there from EF Education Easy Post. He's there, sitting on the wheels of the man with the red Dossard numbers on, and that can only be one man, the man who attacked 3 kilometers from the finishing line yesterday to take the victory, Alex Segert.
Silva as well was present in there.
So some good, strong, big-name riders at the front of that bunch now.
But they need to break the elastic and move clear ahead of the peloton, otherwise they will be brought back once again. And this group is not making any impact on the gap between them and the front of the race.
It's surprising that, isn't it? Because
yeah, they got numbers. Yeah, they got numbers and power, but seems like at the front the collaboration is better for the moment, as might be either Ciccone or again Sobrero moves clear, followed by I think it might be Mick van Dijk.
It's Van Dijk from Red
Alex Segert.
That little climb was bigger than it looks on the profile, actually. They sweep down a proper descent here. Maglia Ciclamino, Paul Magnier just visible there. I wonder if we've seen the last of Jonathan Milan in terms of his attacking spirit for the day. There's the Maglia Rosa. Quite a long way back down the line of that peloton, but safely in the wheels now and moving up towards the front. His positioning in the peloton has been perfect since he took the Maglia Rosa to this point anyway.
And it looked like he's not really want to be involved in the attacks, as when we saw Pippo Ganna went on one of the many attacks he was sustaining today, you simply let it go. So the gap forming there. Not featuring any Net Company Ineos rider.
Here's Melissa Bike with a yellow jersey in this group. Lidl Trek represented, Red Bull Border Hansgrohe, XDS Astana, Ponti Visit Malta, but the gap, the bunch isn't too far behind.
Yeah, it's broken in pieces, the peloton.
A split in the peloton then. This is the strangely ineffective 5-rider group who are relaying perfectly then. To have a rider of the power of Mikkel Berg, supported by Bettiol and Stuyven with Mirko Maestri, and to have no impact on the front of the race is remarkable. But you can see the peloton now with this tailwind all sliced into pieces as gaps open up all the way down the line.
It's gonna hurt in the legs of all the riders behind.
Bunching up a little bit at the front of the peloton now. That should enable these groups to come back together again. And the time gap goes out to 1:06. Not too late for riders still to counter-attack. You can see individual riders just splitting off the front of the peloton and off in pursuit of the groups ahead of them on the road.
So far the average has been more over than 50 per hour. Give an indication how fast it was. There's a little barrage being created there by Visma Laser Bike. As well helped in this by Decathlon CMA CGM, allowing all the riders to be detached by this twisted descent to rejoin the peloton.
That's what it looks like at the back of the bunch now.
Here's Coulset. It was probably distance, as well as Ulissi. Bergalito as well. To suffer a little bit extra time to rejoin the front of the race. Max Weichel as well at the back. There is Gualdi from Lotte Intermarché.
Jefferson Cepeda of VF.
Seems like they slow it down, and I don't think there is another group of riders went on the road. We don't know who is part of that.
And another little attack goes off the front of the bunch, but it might be one of the last. A real square look to the front end of the peloton as the big teams block the road. Is it a DSM rider?
Yeah.
Picnic Postanel rider it is, isn't it? Gijs Leemreizer on this occasion, pretty sure. So, the peloton looks like they finally let the brake go. No riders of note in the general classification up the road. This group is continuing to ride, but just every kilometre costs them seemingly another second on the road. They got to within 13 seconds of the front of the race, but this is at 31 now, and we think that there is a further group possibly behind them and in between them and the peloton.
There is definitely Lemerise in the middle over there on top of your screen, but the peloton has slowed it down. That's the only good news for the first chasing group, because once at the front they're going to be informed that the peloton has slowed it down, they as well going to be waiting for the second group and forming a much larger group of 11 riders. So there is the first chasing. No, that's the leaders, because we saw Wagren. This is the chasing group.
At 33 seconds, continuing their effort. If they get the message that the peloton has let the brake go, they should slow down in the front group, which would enable this second group finally to close the gap and get across to the front and make it, what, an 9 riders at the front of the race. This is a 5-rider group. There are 6 ahead of them. These riders here.
In another hilly, gentle hill that goes, it looks gentle, but
there's more climbing on this opening part than it looks like on the profile, where there's almost nothing there.
Yeah. Seems just like a little bridges to be approached, but they're not.
They're a bit more significant than that, aren't they? Still riding pretty hard. Michael Valgren doing a turn. One team that has missed out completely is Net Company Ineos after all that.
Yeah. And they're not being very successful so far in the hunt of breakaways. Every day they were caught on the back foot, as they're almost on top of this little kilometer uphill. The front of the race, they're gonna slow down a little bit, as they've been informed that the rider in the peloton have slowed it down. 42nd nonetheless on the first chasing group.
They don't look like they're slowing down.
No, they should.
They should. Maybe the message hasn't got through to them yet. Andreas Leknesson looks like he's communicating on the radio at the moment. He'd be one of the more senior riders in this group, along with perhaps Michael Valgren, Larry Warbass, in terms of years and experience as well. And they need to start coordinating this effort. There is no need at the moment for them to ride this hard. And there's the peloton.
There is another group, they just behind this chasing group.
So this is the Stovenberg group.
And behind there is another 5-6 riders, if I'm not mistaken. You're gonna have a clear view with the helicopter shot. There they are.
Through the feed zone.
4 riders. C'est Lotto Intermarché, two
Groupamers, Lotto Intermarché, Jonas Rutsch. No, it's Tonarts.
Tonarts, a good move.
Very good move.
Then
Steven Mobility have got another rider there.
Josh Kench, Alex Hoons and Marcus Olgard. So if this group would be merging at the front, it's going to be forming a very large 15 riders breakaway as the peloton.
There is Gijs Leemreizer of Picnic Postenel, all on his own with an absolute mountain to climb to get to the front.
And doesn't look like he's going to be able to rejoin the front of the race.
Unless the groups all slow up and it all comes together, that's his only chance. But on his own, he can't match the speed. He's looking round to see where the peloton is behind. But the peloton has pulled the brakes on, and they're a long, long, long way behind. So Leemreizer is just stuck there now.
Yeah, the peloton completely stopped. So either Leemreizer is going to be able to rejoin the front, but I think it's going to be a very demanding task. But that's it for the today breakaway. And it's eventually, if the 3 groups going to be merging all together, we're going to have 15 riders at the front, forming a large group, possibly not the largest. We expect it to be, you know, about 20 or more riders, but nonetheless. In the meantime, these 6 riders up front still riding very good and very constantly. As for the first time, they show some talks in between themselves. As I think Johan Jacobs has been informed that who's behind, and he wants to wait for the chasing group to join them.
Former American national champion Larry Warbass riding, well, he's ridden for a number of different teams down the years, hasn't he? But in the black of Tudor Pro Cycling now. British climber Mark Donovan. Seen him in 1 or 2 breakaways earlier on in this Giro, but it's been a while since he's managed to make the move of the day.
And
it's going to be interesting to see what Net Company Ineos do today, because they've missed the breakaway. So too have Movistar.
Yeah, Movistar I don't think is going to be involved today. It's a long stage controller, 150 kilometer now. But Net Company Ineos, well, I don't know. I mean, they clearly were having interest on this stage because the presence of Pippo, the hometown boy of the finish line in Verbania, but they didn't quite manage to get him in the breakaway. It's also like the paradox when you're such a strong rider that eventually, every time you go on the attack, all the peloton want to follow, you know, because they think this might be the good ride, the good attack. So Johan Jacobs is asking a little bit of confirmation what is instructed on the radio, that what's happening behind. They just want to be assured that the peloton has slowed down.
Johan Jacobs, the Swiss rider from Groupama FDJ United, is emerging as one of their strongest riders at this Giro d'Italia. It's a 2nd consecutive day of attacking for him. And Andreas Leknesson barely has a day off from the breakaway. He is ever present in the breakaways at this Giro. Michael Valgren did a huge amount of work yesterday, keeping the sprinters' teams at bay. On the front, did a big block of work. In the end, for no tangible reward, really, Madis Mikkels was cooked and comfortably beaten in the sprint. As they just ease up a little bit here, and you can see behind those 5 riders will eventually get across to them, and then perhaps also the other group further behind, where Andreas Leknesund has a teammate as well in the 3rd group on the road.
Yeah, they're gonna be waiting for them to all joining the 15 riders, because they have teammates. That's the reason, because Johan Jacobs won't be riding as well. I think Andreas Leknesund eventually going to stop riding.
Yep.
For Johan Jacobs, it gives him a lot of opportunities, because having 2 teammates at the back can give him like a lot of opportunity with Axel Hoens and
Cyril Bart, I think it is, in that 3rd group on the road. These are the gaps on the road. They have eased off just a little bit. As you can see, that's no more than around about a 5-6 second gap, maybe a little bit more, 7 or 8 seconds to Jasper Stuyven. So those 2 groups will come together very soon, but it's a bit further back down the road that 3rd rider group.
Yeah, it's a 44 second.
Take a little while
at the
before
moment.
they get there.
And but eventually these 5 riders are going to be able to slot themselves at the front. We have one of the most dangerous rider here in the peloton is Alberto Bettiol. The stage on the paper suits him very, very well.
You just never know with Bettiol whether the legs are going to be diamonds or just feeling a bit sluggish. He's quite an unpredictable rider, but when Bettiol is good, he's very, very good.
Yeah, being able already to win a monument such the and what a monument, the Ronde van Vlaanderen. As Leknesund at the front, checking the composition of the groups behind, and how far is Marcus Holgaard, his teammate. They're gaining ground also, the 3rd chasing group, 42 seconds. To be seen if the riders who doesn't have any teammate behind will be willing to let them coming back.
Yeah, that's a good point. Jasper Stuyven doing a lot of work on the front of this 2nd group.
It took them a long while to rejoin the front of the race, but we're about to witness the merge of the 1st and 2nd group on the road, forming an 11-man breakaway.
So Jasper Stuyven, Mikkel Bjerg, Alberto Bettiol, Mirko Maestri, powerful rider himself, and the little man at the back, the Italian Francesco Busato of Alpecin Premier Tech. They get together with the 6 riders at the front. That's 9 at the front. And the 2nd chasing group now on the road is that one that we haven't seen for a while, but it contains Marcus Hulgaard, a teammate of Andreas Leknesund of Uno X Mobility, plus 2 riders in support from Groupama FDJ United.
Yeah, the Axel Hoens, Josh Kench, and as well as Toonart. After yesterday's performance, I mean, I would not underestimate him from being a very, very good stage hunter for today. Le Mereyze, in the meantime, is awarded with it's marked with a 1 minute gap. It's not making any impact, and I think it's going to be very hard for him to rejoin the front.
So my bad, just a little correction. It is, of course, an 11-rider group when 6 are joined by 5. If you add those 2 together, you get 11, not 9.
Yeah, that's what they say about the mathematics.
Good to see Diego Sevilla, though. And once again, hats off to Polti Visit Malta. They've got 2 riders in this front group.
Yeah, on such a parcours, I think Mirko Maestri would be much more suited to score something. But I would, again, don't be fooled that all those riders are going to be working evenly and waiting for the finale.
Yep.
It's very likely some of those are going to be on the attack much more before that. It's the chasing group with Josh Kench, Axel Hoens, and Toonart and Marcus Hulgaard. It's going to allow Josh Kent to move a little bit his general classification. He's testing a little bit himself. First time racing a Grand Tour of 3 weeks, the Kiwi.
That's exactly what we were talking about, wasn't it? The kind of the Chris Harper type rider who's just on the fringes of the general classification. If he gets in a move that goes to the line, wins with a decent chunk of time, he can climb a few places in the general classification. Toonarts at it again. Second place on the stage yesterday with that sprint from the reduced bunch, winning the sprint ahead of some acknowledged sprinting talent. But it was a funny, when you look at the placings from second all the way down to 10th, it's a random selection of riders in that final selection yesterday, as Hayes Leemreizer in agonising fashion. I think he's giving up now, and he'll be rolling back to the bunch. And it's a bunch which is being controlled by NSN by the looks of it. And again, they haven't got a rider at the front of the race, so that's interesting. Is that Ethan Vernon himself doing a block of work on the front? Or is it, no, it's Ryan Mullen.
Ryan Mullen, yeah.
The Irishman.
But
that's interesting.
It's got to be a very hard task, you know, for just one team to control such a large group of riders. I mean, on the paper, you would think Corbin Stroke might as well do something, but imagine coming to those climbs with the GC contenders up there, it might be a call of action from them. So, you know, it's a dangerous game they're playing. If they really want to control this, they have to do it now. And I wouldn't be surprised if later on maybe Net Company Ineos also will join in the chase. But it's a tough job there to do.
Lidl Trek, Jacopo.
For Ciccone? Oh, they missed the move.
For anyone, there's no Lidl Trek rider off the front.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of teams that might come eventually. If NSN do a good job of just limiting the, keeping that relatively close so it doesn't go out too far, they might encourage some other teams to start riding. And
yeah.
Lidl Trek might be one team that would.
I think.
What about the intermediate sprint for Jonathan Milan, for example?
Yeah. I think the target might be with Ciccone to go on a late attack. But nonetheless, if they saw there is collaboration, they might as well use one rider. I mean, it's flat the whole day, so you don't have to have a specific rider, you need just power. So let's wait and see if some other teams will join NSN at the front on the chasing.
But if Lidl Trek were to start riding, they could, I mean, tactically, there's absolutely no contradiction or difficulty in riding both for Jonathan Milan and effectively for Giulio Ciccone, because you're doing the same thing for two different riders.
Yeah. Let's wait and see. Soon, I think, if they want to do so, that now is the time. Already the gap is already a consistent 3 minute 25. It doesn't move, that meaning that the speed is matched from the peloton and the front of the race. For the moment, is only.
It's going to be a big ride from Ryan Mullen, all on his own, though. Especially when those other groups come together. Just 25 seconds separating that group with those two Groupama FDJ riders in support of Johan Jacobs. They'll have 3 riders at the front of the race in a 15-rider move. A fifth of the front will be Groupama FDJ. So Ryan Mullen is in this for the long haul. This is going to be a huge block of work. Victor Campenaerts, well, he already signalled that Visma Leasebike were quite happy for the breakaway to go all the way to the line. They won't get any support from the men in yellow. I don't think Decathlon will be too interested in riding today. They've got the interest of Felix Gall in the general classification to look after tomorrow. And in Tobias Lund Andersen, they've got a rider who was dropped very early on the climbs yesterday. Net Company Ineos, perhaps. But I think of all the teams who've missed out, Lidl Trek are the most notable.
Here's the chasing group. They're making progress, not as fast as they were hoping. 22 seconds. They've seen the riders up front. There where the car are, not far, but it's going to take them a little while to rejoin the front. 20 seconds, making progress here. That is the group, as you see now. The riders appeared right in front of these two cars, the two neutral car for the organization. Oh, the speed is higher.
you can see how Andreas Leknesund and Johan Jacobs are right at the back of this group. So even though there are 11 riders in this group, effectively there are only 9 because Johan Jacobs and Andreas Leknesund are being dragged along on the wheels at the moment at 52 kilometers an hour. They're not going to work while their teammates are riding on. Got Toon Aerts as well from Lotto Intermarché, the Belgian.
It's a lot of power near the front. Really, they can light up an entire city with the butts they can all have together. As finally the car being pulled over, meaning that they're getting closer and closer. Only 100 meters divide the two groups, and soon they will be joining the front of the race. And so from there on, all the riders will be involved into the sharing the pool at the front of the group, creating a 15-man breakaway. So far,
the work will just get that much harder, I think, for Ryan Mullen when these 4 riders get across and they start to rotate. A 15-rider group is sometimes hard to coordinate, though, and there were signs from Alberto Bettiol there of a little bit of frustration.
I think he actually wanted to change the direction of the turns from clockwise to anti-clockwise. That depends where the wind is blowing. You know, if it's a little bit, basically you want to turn in the direction of where the wind is coming. So if, in this case, it's coming from the left. And I think it's better rotating counterclockwise because basically the riders who are drifting at the back experience more wind at the face and allowing the others to keep the speed very high.
And do those little changes, Jacopo, happen instinctively within a group, or does it almost always need a sort of patron to emerge to actually dictate those tactics?
It's very automatic or very straightforward when there is a strong wind, of course, because it comes natural that you have to turn yourself to the direction of the wind, like forming almost like an echelon.
Yep.
But when you have today, basically they have all the day tailwind, and you know, it's not that strong, but every now and then I think they're going to be changing the direction of the turns because if they're going to be moving a little bit to the left or to the right, it's going to be coming from different parts, and eventually they have to change it. But there is always a rider who make the call of changing it, because of course you just lose a little bit of momentum when you do so. So if it's just for a brief 100 meter, 200 meter, you're not going to change the direction of rotation. So if Bettiol has that, mean that it was already quite some time they were having wind from one side.
Very nearly there, but it's taking some time for them to finally close the gap.
Probably
Josh Kench on the front, Axel Oance on his wheel.
Probably they slow it down as well when they saw the group there. They kind of ease off a little bit from the pedal. But about to get there, 8 seconds, but more than that, they just have them outside.
Larry Warbass has spotted them, that they are incoming, and that will then put Johan Jacobs and Andreas Leknesund back to work. They won't be able to play that card any longer. That means they'd stop working to wait for their teammates. That'll be over at that point. Ryan Mullen, the solitary Irishman at the front of the peloton, bringing everybody along on his wheel. The only rider working on the front for Team NSN, who don't have any representation in this 15-rider group at the front. Nor do Netcompany Ineos, nor do Lidl Trek, nor do Movistar. There are a number of quite big-name teams who don't have any representation. Not least, of course, the GC teams of Bahrain Victorious, of Visma Lisa Bike, and Decathlon and Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. So it's quite a list of teams who've missed out. Not to mention, with respect to the slightly lesser team of Bardiani, who've got, once again, to consider a day's racing where they've missed the move, and Polti Visit Malta have got 2 riders in their break as Mirko Maestri rolls through.
So for the Premio Fuga, is still 15 riders still doable, or is it the limit? I think it's the limit 15 riders.
I shall have a look through the regulations.
Because it's considered to be a breakaway. I mean, it is a breakaway, but for the classification.
Is it more or less than?
Yeah.
Yes. That is a very good. That is a
because if it's less than 15, then it's not going to be counted for Sevilla.
Bear with me. This is going to take me quite a time as I
in the meantime,
the regulations.
They're approaching the village of Roccaglia. So
no more than 10 riders.
Then it's...
So it doesn't count. These extra kilometres, I mean, the initial kilometres, up until the point where the groups came together, that counted for Diego Sevilla, but no longer the case, because with 15 riders, that exceeds the limit of the La Fuga competition.
The breakaway were actually in Casale Monferrato, as we see now on the image. As you imagine from the name, is the biggest city of the Monferrato, this region inside Piemonte. How do you say when it's not a geographical region, because there is no real limit to it, you know, it's not official like the Dauphiné.
Yeah, it's more like an ill-defined area, isn't it? I mean, actually, in English, you exactly use the word region, because we don't divide in the UK. We don't divide our country up into regions like in Italy. So the word region in English is actually quite a vague term. It just means an area.
Okay, because as you know, Italy, we have provinces.
Yep.
And then provinces are within regions.
Yep. Time gap's going out now. Ryan Mullen is fighting a losing battle.
Yeah, I think it's slowing down as, of course, like he cannot control such a large number of riders up front, and I think he was hoping to be joined to all the teams to join him at the front, but I think it's not the case. That's why we're seeing the gap increasing even more to 4 minutes, and eventually it was going to stop.
So the signs are very good that one of these riders is going to win the stage today. In theory, one of the absolute out-and-out favourites for the day's stage should be Alberto Bettiol, who you can see in the light blue of XDS Astana. Who else would you put in the category of big favourites for today? Andreas Leknesund, after his second place on the stage to Fermo.
Jasper Stuyven, with not on the attack on the climb, but rather before that. I wouldn't be surprised if they could play. He can play something before that. Michael Valgren has been in a very good shape. Yeah. And I think as well Toonart, after yesterday, I wouldn't not underestimate him. But even like Gruppo FDJ, they don't have, you know, a stronger indicated rider for this stage. But with 3, they can as well play some cards, you know, and, you know, strategy-wise, they can really go on the offense much before the last climb. So it's going to be a very interesting finale, and it's going to be opening up much before the climbs, especially once they realize the breakaway is going to have a chance. It's going to stand a chance. You know, the alliance, sorry, going to be melting much faster than it would if they need to cooperate and stay together till the line.
Well, the beautiful Cathedral of Sant'Evasio, dating back to the early 12th century. And inside that church, there are 5 different naves with ceilings that are painted sky blue in the frescoes. Very important church, architecturally. Also housing a museum of religious artworks here in Monferrato.
In the back, Ben Turner in conversation with Paul Magnier.
Yeah, you can see how relaxed that pace is now in the peloton. For a while, Ryan Mullen was holding the breakaway riders at 3 minutes and 30 seconds, but it's gone right out now to almost 5 minutes. It's one of the biggest time gaps we've had to any breakaway at this year's Giro d'Italia.
It's going to be even larger later on. Back at the front, full implication for the riders. Mikel Bjerg also possible that he's going to be on the move much before the climb. I mean, the lesser capable climbers of them all, they need to go and move, you know, do some moves much before the climbs arrive. So the collaboration will stop eventually because it's a large number, and they don't want to stay there in the climb. Thumbs up for Paul Magnier.
He'll be pretty relieved that Jonathan Narvaez isn't in the breakaway.
I think everybody's relieved from the breakaway as well. That
So
Jonathan
true.
Narvaez is not there.
Well, one thing's for sure, with this break going to the line, we are going to have a new winner of the stage of the Giro d'Italia this year. Unless a team really decides to take it up and change the dynamic, but the time gap has gone out to 5 minutes now, with 130k to go.
We are stage 13, and so far we had 3 stages for Jonathan Narvaez, 2 for Vingegaard, and 2 for Magnier. I mean, that takes a lot.
Yeah,
almost more than half of the stages in just 3 riders. So, of course, they at the front they want to stand a chance and get the first victory, especially for those teams who haven't really experienced yet a victory as a team.
no more Ryan Mullen at the front of the bunch. Instead, it's Bahrain Victorious with 2 riders.
They're just doing their job and just controlling.
Yeah. Sensible thing, I think, for NSN to call off Ryan Mullen. It was a forlorn hope that he could control this breakaway, and it didn't look like any other teams. I mean, I think they just sat there just to test the peloton to see whether any other teams would come up.
Hoping that some of them that will eventually join, but that was not the case, as nobody really had wanted to commit. And at 5 minutes from the breakaway, this is impossible job for anybody in the peloton to shut this down. It's too big.
And the best placed rider on GC is Josh Kench, the rider from Groupama FDJ. He's at 20 minutes and 50 seconds down on GC. Larry Warbass. Very likeable, very intelligent, very articulate American rider. Hard-working rider, Larry Warbass. And the still, calm blue waters of the mighty River Po. Biggest river in Italy. Absolutely central to the history of the economic might and the agricultural power as well of this part of northern Italy, as it bisects the 2 regions of Piemonte and Lombardia and into Veneto beyond, and flowing out into the Adriatic. And providing irrigation for all this fertile farmland for thousands of years. Flowing through Torino, which is not far from here. So a calm day in the bunch. Everyone will be hoping that it remains this way all the way to the finish.
It will eventually ignite towards the climbs, but I mean, what they have to face tomorrow would be very hard, believing that they're willing to, you know, try and test the legs already today, the GC contenders. So I would be more than surprised if anybody goes on the offense from the GC contenders in the last couple of climbs.
We could see them just effectively neutralise those climbs in the general classification and just ride up together. Especially as the Red Bull kilometre bonus seconds are going to be neutralised by the breakaway today. Palpable sense of relief in the breakaway, I think, that it's finally settled down, in the peloton, I should say.
It's going to be just a day of fueling as Maglia Rosa rejoining the peloton thanks to the job of Alex Segart. What a wonderful victorious day yesterday for Alex Segart, coming with this first ever win in a Grand Tour and in this very Giro d'Italia. And also very positive for Eulalio being able to get the seconds that the Red Bull kilometer was given.
Yes, good day, excellent day for Bahrain Victorious, excellent day for you as well, Jacopo, as a commentator. You absolutely picked that attack from Alex Segart and called it just seconds before it actually happened. It's like you could tell the future.
Yeah, it was because I saw he was coming with a lot of speed, trying to replace him at the front in this twisty part of the finale. And I know that he didn't have anybody on the wheel in that moment. So you think like, okay, it's Segart is going to go on the offense, 100% sure. And that's what happened. It's Jonathan Milan. It's frustration. I don't know if frustration was the right term yesterday, because I think they fought hard. And I mean, it's not like it was Jonathan Milan and the remaining 10 sprinters that were part of the peloton. Everybody was dropped except for Vernon and Matis Mikkels. But I think also for those two, yesterday in the sprint, they didn't quite have the right legs, because they spent so much to stay in touch with the peloton that at the end they didn't quite have the legs to even contest in the best way the sprint. So he was probably just too hard for the sprinters yesterday.
So the statistics so far on stage 13, 18 different attempts to get in the breakaway. Maximum advantage is the advantage they've got right now, 5 minutes and 35 seconds. And the breakaway's average speed at the moment is 47 kilometers an hour. The peloton, well, it's a very different story. As Bahrain victorious, just doing their job, as you say, in that phrase. Defending the jersey, but they could ship another 15 minutes and they would still have the Maglia Rosa on the shoulders of Alfonso Eulalia. So we've got the best part of 90-odd kilometres until we get close to the sprint at Stresa, which is also the start of hostilities, really, because the climbing starts after the sprint at Stresa, which is on the banks of Lake Maggiore, where we actually stayed last night in Stresa. But then they turn off the coastal road and up into the hills beyond. How good are those legs for Alberto Bettiol today? That's the big question. The star of the Astana rider squad here at the Giro d'Italia, one of the stars. Been rather overshadowed by Thomas Silva. Alberto Bettiol, 32 years of age now, the rider from Tuscany. He's had a very modest year to date. I mean, there are no notable performances at all so far in 2026 for Alberto Bettiol. But he's capable of turning up on any given day, Alberto Bettiol, and producing a performance that reminds us all periodically of the great champion that he can be. And that makes him just an unpredictable and dangerous rider.
Yeah, it's even if one day it might look like he doesn't quite have the legs, he can reverse that in just one day, being able to win stages at the Giro d'Italia and in all the major races. And today, among the riders at the front, I think is the most dangerous one, because, as you said, he's so unpredictable that when he goes on the attack, it's just devastating, and he might as well be able to move clear before the extra climb starts, or just wait for the finale. He has multiple options for the strong Italian. We remember a former winner of Tour of Flanders, and to win Tour of Flanders you need to have a big engine. Yep,
he hasn't tasted victory for a couple of years. Any description. In fact, his last win was the national championships in the road race discipline, but that was back in 2024. He won a few races in 2024, had a good season, including the general classification and the stage of the Boucle de la Mayenne, and a remarkable solo victory at Milano-Torino as well, which begged the question, how well is he going to do at Milan-San Remo just 3 days later? And the answer was pretty well. He finished in 5th place in 2024. But if you look at his results since then, 2025, really nothing to write home about, and so far very, very modest in 2026. So I think it's safe to say that Alberto Bettiol is due a victory.
Yeah. As one of the photographers loaded himself into one of the famous rice cultures, rice fields.
Reflection, perhaps,
yeah,
of the peloton passing by.
Here is Bettiol on your screen with the color of XDS Astana. I mean, also the other riders are well aware. This race can be decided on a tactical note. There are teams who features more than one riders, notably Groupama. They've been able to have 3 riders, and none of them has the power as Bettiol in the climb. So rest assured that they're gonna try to go from far. And also X Mobility. They have 2 riders, Leknes and Olgard, and Polti visit Malta. So those 3 teams really, they can reshape the way the finale is going to be approached, because they don't want to wait to the very end to make the move.
There are very few, almost no riders in that front group who you would consider to be pure climbers. There are some really capable climbers. Mark Donovan and Larry Warbash would probably describe themselves as climbers. But other than that, Josh Kent should be interesting to see how he fares. That was Mark Donovan, a little study of him.
Josh Kent here. All the riders featuring some ice chips on the back. You see the little, how do you call it?
Little curve.
Yeah, dromedarian. Here it is. Perfect on cue. A replay. So basically, as if you're wondering the technology behind this, simply, do you call it collant as well? I think it's a French name for that we use in Italy. It's just women's socks that tights. How do you call them?
Oh, tights. Yeah,
tights.
Exactly right. Tights. Yeah.
They've been cutted and just with a knot on both sides and filled with ice. So once the ice is completely melted, they basically have no weight at all. And very often you see in summer days, in hot days, when the riders reach the bus, when they take off the t-shirt, it's basically falling off a lot and a big amount of those socks and tight cutted. .29 degrees.
29 degrees and a big old time gap as well. 6:43 now, and we'll continue to go out. We'll have the first possibly double-digit time gap of the Giro d'Italia. Every chance that this time gap will go out to 10 minutes and beyond. 29 degrees, yeah. The summer has really raced into northern Italy now. As once again, Eulalia finds himself returning to the peloton through the convoy of cars. Cutting a very relaxed figure this time, though, on the bumper of his team car. Absolutely no stress whatsoever for Eulalia. As Portuguese success in wearing the Maglia Rosa continues to climb up the table day after day after day. 3 more jerseys and they claim 11th place, on a par with Luxembourg and Colombia. So he needs a bit of attention to his shoe. Can't imagine what that would be.
Shoe change, or
it's got I don't know, maybe a problem with the ratchet mechanism.
It might be. It's not often the riders change their shoes in the race. Rather happen maybe after a crash or something like this, but not in a race. They usually fix the problems before, so maybe just a very brief
tweak.
Yeah.
Looks like he's got a new pair coming though. Would every rider have a spare pair of shoes in the car?
So it's like one mandatory thing you need to learn once you approach the youth junior category or you under 23. So you start traveling with flights to reach the races, is always having your shoe race in your backpack. Never have the shoes in the luggage, because if the luggage gets lost, then you don't have your own shoes. And always a second pair at least in the first rain bag. Normally, they're, especially for riders like sprinters, the second rain bag, so the rain bags they stay in the second team car that follow basically the gruppetto, the riders getting the distance, is also very important rain bag. And mine in particular, when I was a rider, I was featuring a lot of the gruppettos. It was incredibly heavy and filled with all the most different things. But I think hands off, so far the best I know was Francesco Chicchi, the former sprinter, former rider, sprinter, now director on a Continental U23 team. In his rain bag, he was featuring a spare cell phone, €50. And that's not obviously to be used in the race, but he always said, like, you never know what can happen in 3 weeks, and I don't want to spend money on a new phone if it falls down or if I break it. And the 50 euro, I guess, if he lost the wallet, I assume.
A bit of Flemish Dutch being spoken there between Jasper Stuyven and our predominantly Belgian crew here. As Jasper Stuyven just douses the camera with water on this hot afternoon. Yeah, you can't use your phone in a race.
Nope.
Unless you're Luca Paolini.
He got fined for that.
He did get fined.
If you Google Luca Paolini cell phone, there is this image that you might have seen some riders like this watching the phone while riding, but definitely not in the Tour de France. In that occasion, he got fined, but he realized after a few kilometers that he had the phone in the pocket, and he wanted to turn it off before handing to the team car. But nonetheless, it got sanctioned.
It's unfortunate because the photograph just looks like he's checking Facebook or something.
Yeah, exactly.
He's actually just trying to turn it off.
You pick up Facebook because of the time he was taking the photo and not another social media, right?
Well, the helicopter's having fun over the rice fields of Piemonte, capturing beautiful images of the reflection of the peloton in the water. Look at that. The Maglia Rosa moving back up towards the front. Oh, bravo.
It's not a flamingo, it's Aulalio.
That would be a good nickname for him. He needs a nickname. He's a young rider, hasn't got a nickname yet. The Flamingo.
It's really
You're not happy with that?
No, it's a lame one.
He looks a little bit like a flamingo.
It's too tiny. It's skinny. No, I would not be happy to be called a flamingo. I'm like, I don't know, somebody from the 50s or 40s, you know, with a white suit going out.
I don't know. You never know how words sound in different languages. Neither of us speak Portuguese. Maybe it sounds very cool in Portuguese.
Maybe. I'm going to figure out somebody tomorrow might go to ask him. We might even ask Jeff to ask him.
Yeah,
if he will
if he'd be happy to be called the flamingo.
But, and I'm quite sure we will get some very funny answer because he's been
great in the interviews, hasn't he?
With the media, we have found like a new protagonist definitely in the future, because you don't have just to ride a bike, but you also need to, you know, talk with people, talk with the media, and so far he's been doing some very great interviews, always smiling.
I gather that there's a clip online that's been circulating a little bit of our colleague who was commentating Milan-San Remo with us, who's working for television out here, Hannah Walker. She was interviewing him a couple of days ago, and she pretended to steal his pink sunglasses and pretended to run off with them. And he said, no, you can have them.
Oh, yeah.
At which point she got embarrassed and said, no, I didn't mean it, have them back. No, he's a lot of fun. He's a super relaxed, very likeable character, but much more than that. Jacopo, he's strong.
Yeah,
strong in ways that he didn't even know he was until the race.
That's really fitting in this role of being the Maglia Rosa, both on the road and off the bike. So I think that's why we like him so much. He's not just fun. I mean, you have a lot of fun riders, but he's also strong and he's doing some very great performances.
Well, this could only be Piemonte. Absolutely unmistakable, with the rice fields behind and the square bell tower of the little church, the Romanesque church in the middle of the old village. Classic Piemonte site.
Winner of yesterday, and what a win it was for Alex Segart. Freshly moved to but I'm victorious after spent the youth categories and the first 3 years of his professional career at Lotto Destiny.
Fabio van den Bosche congratulating him. Belgian to Belgian. It was a Belgian 1-2 yesterday, with Tonarts picking up second place as well. His margin of victory, 3 seconds, Alex Segart. Here's the story of the day as they rolled out of Alessandria. Long neutralised rollout with the flag dropped just a few hundred metres after kilometre 0, waved off by the president of RCS, Urbano Cairo. And then we had a long spell of attacking. I think the statisticians counted something like 18 different attacks. For a while, Filippo Ganna was determined to try and get in the move. He repeatedly attacked. The final time that he tried, he was set up by Ben Turner, but it was all in vain. Filippo Ganna couldn't get across to the front of the race, where an original 7-rider group got together, and 6 of those 7 riders are still in the 15-rider group when eventually the peloton let go and the 3 groups off the front came together.
Yeah, and it's true that the first 7 riders, because then 6, because Rojas was distanced, they didn't move with a powerful attack. It was just like a little bit like a skirmish, you know. The peloton seems like to let it go, but eventually the gap was so big that nobody for a long time was able to rejoin. And the group behind, actually, with the likes of Stuyven or Toonard, you know, the second and third group that rejoined the front later on, those were powerful attacks that they had to, you know, break the elastic in a way within the peloton. But the real first one, it was not about strength. It was more about the correct timing to launch the attack.
So UAE Team Emirates have got a rider. Whether or not he's the right rider for this breakaway is a different question. Very strong rider, Mikkel Bjerg, but probably of the sort of trio of more able climbers, Jan Christen, Igor Arrieta, and of course Jonathan Narvaez. They might be slightly more suited to today's finale. And if Mikkel Bjerg wants to follow in the footsteps of Arrieta and Narvaez and take a victory for UAE Team Emirates here, he's going to have to think very carefully about when to attack.
I think he's going to find company, because more than one rider want to go far from the climbs. And he's the kind of rider capable of doing so, you know. He's not most punchy, so if the other riders within the breakaway allows him to move clear, then they're going to have a hard time catching him, because he's a very strong and capable time trialist. And he was, let's say, fundamental for the third win of Narvaez, the second one actually in Fermo.
Yep, that victory in which Andreas Leknesund finished in second place. And clearly in second place as well. Try as he might, he couldn't quite close the gap to Jonathan Narvaez. Every time you felt that he was just getting across, Narvaez found an extra gear and just put a few more seconds into him. He turned himself inside out on that occasion, Andreas Leknesund, and then found that a teammate of his, Martin Ciotta, has finished in third place as well. So really good day for Uno X Mobility, but winless. And Andreas Leknesund is a rider who has worn the Maglia Rosa, unlike any other rider in this breakaway group, but he's never won a stage.
Yeah, and we've been with the camera for a long time on Jasper Stuyven. He's in shape, definitely. Was fifth yesterday. Was second in the stage of Napoli. Was present in all the attacks in the last days. So I think it's a very dangerous ride. I think at the same level as Bettiol. It's not as punchy maybe in the climb as Bettiol, but nonetheless being able already to win at Milan-San Remo in his career. Another monument winner for the breakaway. Very capable rider. He's not the most prolific in terms of victories, but you won't rule him out of today's stage, even if it just does feature some climbs at the end.
Yeah, he's certainly a rider that nobody else would like to take to the line. He's got a fast finish on him, as he proved yesterday with a high placing on that stage. Jasper Stuyven.
In the back of the peloton here with Garofoli. No, Raccagni Noviero, sorry. That's Hatherley, Rush. And here back again on the front of the race. The peloton today just gonna surviving and surfing and trying to gather as much as energy as possible, because tomorrow they aim for a big day of battle, 133 kilometers and some mighty climbs right from the beginning.
Marcus Hulgaard and Nico Maestri swapping turns on the front. Alberto Bettiol moving through. Bettiol, the only rider in this breakaway group who's ever won a stage of the Giro d'Italia, but it was a long time ago already, riding for EF. Alberto Bettiol, when he took victory late in the race on stage 18 in 2021. And goes without saying that none of the riders in this 15-rider break have won a stage yet at the Giro. This edition of the Giro, I should say, and only Bettiol has done it in his career. That was a long time ago.
Also Bygren is a very strong rider. He can be ready for many different scenarios.
He's getting back to his best as well, isn't he? Maybe not his best, but close to his top form.
Yeah. Yesterday he spent definitely a lot of energy because he was, you know, deputed to control and to keep the pace high, and being able, you know, to stay clear of the other sprinters. So he might have spent a little bit extra time, and he had a long time comeback, you know, because he was having a heavy injury in 22, broken pelvis, the dislocated hips, and a lot of problem at the knees as well. So it took him a long time before being able to come back. He was even for a brief year he went down to the Devo team of EF before being able to rejoin the pro team. So it was a long time of suffering for Michael Bygren. This year he was able to come back to victory in Tirreno Adriatico with an early breakaway, but nonetheless I think we saw a lot of good things from him, especially on the climbs. And why not? I mean, he knows how to race. He's a very smart rider, and all the victories he was able to get, they were coming from a very smart and intelligent move, supported by great legs. So
yeah, it's a much more even breakaway, isn't it, when you look at all the various different candidates and favourites in the breakaway. Without the outstanding Jonathan Narvaez, if Narvaez was in this breakaway, we wouldn't really be having these discussions. We'd just simply be talking about how on earth to beat Jonathan Narvaez.
By going so far.
Yeah.
There was already the...
But even that, yeah, even that might backfire. How did Groupama FDJ United exploit their numerical advantage? How do they make that work? And indeed, which of the riders are they going to be riding for today? You'd thought Johan Jacobs, being the senior of the riders at the front, but not necessarily how it's going to play out. Josh Kench is obviously in great form, new to the World Tour peloton, signed from the Chinese team, Li Ning Star, after 1 year of racing on the Asian circuits. Took a victory in the Tour of Sharjah in the Middle East for Li Ning Star, which obviously caught the eye of the French team of Marc Madiot, who's taken a punt as Groupama FDJ continue to internationalise their roster of riders. They've got a Swiss rider up front in the trio represented in this 15-rider group. Swiss rider, one French rider, and a Kiwi actually, Josh Kench.
Yeah, he had a long way. I mean, we all know that cycling is a pretty European-centric sport, so it takes a lot of effort for riders from, especially like Australia is now established himself as one of the ruling nation of cycling since many years. But for less obvious regions such as New Zealand, you know, it's not as straightforward as you would imagine. So he had to take the long path, but he has now the chance. It's time only for 1 year for Groupama FDJ United, but it's proven to be a very reliable rider. So I expect more to come from the Kiwi, Josh Kench.
Well, imagine what a podium place, or even dare I say, a stage win at the Giro d'Italia would do to his career. It would be transformative, wouldn't it?
I imagine there is, you know, the calendar for those who are not Akashi or doesn't know exactly how does it work. There is, of course, the main races that we all know, such as the Giro d'Italia, the Tour de France, the Vuelta, the Monuments, the Tirreno Adriatico. Then there is a second division calendar, which is based in Europe. It's called Europe Tour, and it features still, nonetheless, some very important races. I would mention Flèche du Brabançon. You have Scale de Price. You know, many races very important, based in Europe. At the same time, you have that they ranked as the same level races outside Europe, in Asia a lot, and a lot in the Emirates, in Africa as well, South America, but they're much less important. You know, they're 1.1, 2.1 races, but the ability to win in there is remarkable nonetheless, but not often guarantee you the chance to come to race in Europe. So Groupama FDJ United, they have a Kiwi director, so I think that was probably the bond that was created, the path that was followed. And Josh Kench was having a successful year last year, and he managed to be up there racing for a Chinese team and ultimately landing on a World Tour contract, which is far from being obvious.
It took 8 years to construct this cathedral. Work began in 1219 and it was completed in 1227. It was actually built with money, that cathedral, from England. King Henry III funded the construction of that cathedral. As the time gap goes out to 8 minutes and 20 seconds, 105 kilometres remaining, and a very relaxed peloton indeed. All these landmarks in the city of Vercelli. Romanesque construction. Yeah, the financial support was granted to the Italian Cardinal Gualabicchieri by King Henry III, with the income that came from a church in Chesterton near Cambridge funded the construction of this basilica, the Sant'Andrea Basilica here. It's got cloisters and an abbey and a monastery. 15th century bell tower was built and added on the right side of the church. You can see it there, the big square construction. Damaged in part during the siege of Vercelli in 1617. And for once, if they're interested, the riders in the peloton can actually take in the sights and sounds of the Piedmont countryside that they're passing through at the moment, because it is a ride rather than a race at the moment in the peloton. Hard starts to today's proceedings, but ever since they sat up and let the brake go, it's been very calm, and I'd imagine a huge relief for the riders, bearing in mind how hard they've raced the last few days and what's to come tomorrow as well, which is a very, very important day in the general classification.
Yeah, it's coming from Bulgaria, where it did happen eventually that, not that the peloton was letting the breakaway go, but the breakaway was small, so it was easy to control. But it's the real first day when the peloton is riding easy on a flat stage, so I think they can enjoy a lot of moment to talk and witness the beauty of Italy.
So they continue to drive on now, approaching 100 kilometres to go. Got around about a little bit less than 2 hours of racing before it really starts to get serious when they get to the intermediate sprint at Stresa. At the moment, though, it's pretty harmonious, as you can see, all sharing the work. Jesper Stuyven, I mean, it's not easy. This is a hot day, and they are keeping the speed rolling along. They definitely haven't just eased right off.
No, and definitely from the face of the aforementioned Stuyven, you see that the implication on the left is big.
It's a tailwind. The average speed at the moment, if this is correct, according to Pro Cycling Stats, after 1 hour and 38 of racing, is 50.8 kilometers an hour.
It's a very fast one indeed. It's a demanding day, and they're not taking it any easy, despite that they know they're going to go for the victory today. But nonetheless, they're still pretty much involved into riding hard. And I think also it's a good intention for them to ride hard. It can make a lot of difference to the other riders if you make the race harder, The attacks that won't come so fast as it would be an easy day. So I think it's their intention to do so, as we have a clear sight of where we're standing actually with the kilometers. It's going down finally, for them especially. They over
2,106.4 kilometres. All that remains of the Giro is 1,357.6 kilometres until the finish line in Rome. Lovely shot from the helicopter there.
Unfortunately for them, those remaining 1,300 kilometers are mainly
mostly uphill. Yeah.
But
in particular, stage 19, which is the big queen stage of this year's Giro d'Italia, over 5,000 metres of climbing and packed into just 150 odd kilometres of racing as well.
Axel Hoons here at the front, from FDG, a young French rider. Larry.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see which of the Groupama FDJ United riders will be protected today, who they believe in most in terms of capability of riding for a result.
It's Josh Kench. I would, if I have to pick a name, I would protect maybe Axel Hoons. You know, and
punchier.
Yeah, yep. Compared to, I think, like Johan Jacobs had much more chances if he goes on the attack, you know, from far. You know, it's a powerful, it was a time trialist, so I think that's best chances here.
Two Danes in conversation, Michael Valgren and Mikkel Bjerg, and of course when they talk to one another, nobody else in the peloton will understand a word that they're saying. Danish for non-Danes is completely impenetrable, but Valgren and Bjerg have got that code. You can see though how hard these riders are working at the front. Often you speak to bike riders and they'll say a day with a tailwind can often be much harder than a day with a headwind, which sounds counterintuitive, but you don't get the same benefit of drafting, and everybody feels like Superman because they're all rolling along at 50 kilometers an hour, so it becomes like a death match almost, as insane sort of steady pace being kept, and that's definitely the case here, because at the middle phase of today's race, where it should just ease up and the average speed should just drop, they are still rolling along at over 50 kilometers an hour. Yeah,
they could have done as well before the slowing down, but they decided just to keep riding a hard tempo, and so far they're sharing a very good collaboration. Let's not forget the climbs, the final couple of climbs, the only two climbs of the day. They're gonna be here with within around 20, a little bit more than 20 kilometers from the finish, because they're gonna have at the mark of 25 before entering almost into the city of Verbania and then turning into the mountains. So they still need to maintain a decent collaboration for roughly 50 kilometers, but from there on, I think once they're going to reach the lake, the Lago Maggiore in Arona, that will be the moment where they're going to be starting attacking each other, because very unlikely they're going to be all together at the bottom of the two categories climb of today's stage.
There we go. Bit of watery wildlife.
He's enjoying the race as well.
That almost looks like the cameraman has got a kind of goose puppet. No, that's real. Apparently just trying to run out into the road and been protected. Probably the first bike race he's seen. Although, no, well, maybe not. He lives in Piemonte. He's probably seen quite a few editions of the Giro d'Italia. Well, we've almost got our first 10-minute gap. And we have just, while we were admiring that goose being saved from the peloton, we have slipped under 100 kilometers to go. And it's quite a long stage, 189 kilometers, plus that 9-kilometer neutralized rollout. Almost 200 kilometers in temperatures that are touching 30 degrees now.
Yeah, they've been into the race in 1 hour 43 to do 90 kilometers. So it's been a very fast day, and they are not slowing down at all at the front. Barem Victorious here at the front of the peloton, just doing their job, what they have to do. They can lose the time they want, and this could be a good chance for Josh Kench. Is now starting the day at 20 minutes from the leader Eulalio. Eventually is going to lose all the time he's gaining today, because compared to the other riders, you know, tomorrow's going to start the stage with much less energy. But nonetheless, he can, if he can recover well during the night, he might as well, you know, taking a little bit of advantage of that, you know.
Yeah, it's possible that as they approach the final climbs, the peloton will start to speed up. Victor Campenaerts, for example, was talking about, and he'll be absolutely fundamental to this part of the race. There'll be a sprint to the foot of the series of climbs from the GC riders, just to position themselves on the climb, where it might slow down a little bit. But even if they do get a 10, 12, 13, 14-minute gap on the road, that will start to come down the closer we get to the finish line. Nonetheless, it's definitely the case that Josh Kench, who started the day in 27th place in GC, at 20 minutes 50, he will, whatever happens, take a chunk of that time back, however temporary. If he were to take a place in the top 10, he would have to take over 16 minutes on the road, which isn't going to happen today, so I doubt. Well, we'll have to wait and see, but yeah, he'd need to take 16 minutes at the finish line to put himself in the top 10.
It's a big gap, and especially the road itself is going to be almost like a call for repositioning yourself once the rider and the peloton are going to be overcoming Borgo Manero. They're going to descend to Arona, and whereas the foot of the Lake Maggiore, where the finish is as well, and there on the road is going to be not very difficult in a way of the climbs is a little bit lumpy, not too much, but of course it follows the coastline of the Lake Maggiore, so it's going to be always gentle curb around, so it's a call for replacing yourself, and the speed automatically will be increased. We have done the approach also of the last climbs. We haven't drove up the climbs, but the approach itself is also not huge, overly large, the road, so a couple of 2 lanes, so we respect a little bit of fight within the peloton. The climb itself, though, it start off with a very large, almost like a left turn, you know, into the climb. So at least they know that this part of the climb is not going to be fundamental to be in the top 5. But nonetheless, some action will come in the peloton because everybody wants to assure that they have a safe position for the leaders.
It is a day when the actual direction of the race route is pretty much, until the final sequence of climbs, it's pretty much one direction, and it's from the south to the north, due north. Just checking the wind map today, it was evident that the wind was coming from the south, blowing the hot air in from southern Italy, sweeping up this country as the temperatures rise. It's a southerly wind today that's adding to this very high average speed, which some riders are going to be coping with better than others. And the softening up process, as Jacopo's describing, I think, just begins now already. The riders trying to empty one another, chip away at their reserves.
Yeah, it's the heat, especially the first time the riders experience serious heat, can have a big impact on the certain riders' performance. There is one of the things that have been heavily studied in recent years, how much the transpiration of the rider, how much salt and mineral salts the riders lose, how much liquids they lose.
You were telling me in the car yesterday, Jacopo, that you really struggled in the heat as a rider, and it took you a long time to find out why and what could be done about it as well.
Yeah, finally, when I was on Lotto Destiny, I had the chance, thanks to the sponsor of the team, to have this test where they were measuring, you know, with a patch. They were eating up your skin with some sort of cream, and then giving you an adhesive, and with that measuring how much you were sweating and how much liquid you were losing. And by the measurement, there was a chart mixing liquid loss and also mineral salt loss, and I was far off the chart, you know, compared to all my teammates. And it's something like I think it's been addressed heavily by Visma Lease Bike, and especially in the years where Vingegaard was succeeding at the Tour de France, you know, they were able to keep their performance stable even in the hottest day at the Tour de France. And from there, I think also all the other teams arrived at the same conclusion. And, you know, it seems like super obvious, but it's not always been easy to address this problem, because as much as you know how many grams of carbs you have to eat in a day, imagine being able to having a personalized schedule of mineral salt intake is not as straightforward as you might assume. So once the team finally got the right product to do so, the right organization and logistic to do so, that has gone in favor of obviously of the rider who was suffering the more hottest days.
And you, as a rider, you could genuinely notice the difference when that was addressed. Taking on board those extra, quite carefully developed drinks made a genuine and tangible difference to you, did it?
Yeah, a lot, especially even at home. I experienced a dramatic difference, because in the race, as you imagine, like it just asks for a beaten, you go to the car, you go to the side of the road, there are always beaten available. But at home, as you imagine, like you stop at a bar, or in Italy we have plenty of water sources, like fountains, or
yes,
where you can get some free drinkable water. But nonetheless, the water and the liquid intake is much less than you will have in a race. So even being able to train better makes you a better rider. And you have a schedule, you can always respect the schedule. It's obvious that you became just stronger. So addressing this problem, some riders just doesn't feel the heat, in a way, some others more. So I was one of those, and I know a lot of the riders that I know they're struggling with the temperatures when they're racing. So it's going to be more and more vital, because as you would imagine, the temperatures are going up pretty much in the whole world. So it's not unlikely to have summer temperatures in the day such today.
Well, Bahrain victorious have now decided to allow no further time on the road, or maybe the breakaway has just eased up a little bit, because the time gap stabilised just short of 10 minutes actually. Separating Group 1 from Group 2 on the road, the peloton from the breakaway. Casalvolone in the province of Novara, surrounded by the flat fields of Piemonte. That's where the peloton is passing through now. There'll be 9 minutes and 16 seconds at these speeds. That's a lot of kilometres distance between the front of the race and the back.
Eulalio.
Once again towards the back, isn't he, almost?
I mean, he has nothing to do now. No, I think it's also a way of spinning the legs, sorry, sometimes for him. Maybe a stop for a pee moment. And also, when the speed is not high, sometimes you just almost force yourself to stop, because, of course, when you sweat more, you will easily assume that you stop less for peeing. So sometimes you need that, just to spin the legs a little bit more, especially on a long day like this, when the speed is not too high, you're just riding on the flat. So they need to do so, to just feeling a little bit the pain in the legs.
Well, we've just been buoyed by the arrival in our commentary box of a new piece of kit. Where's that come from?
Yeah, so it's, as you imagine, it's not just hot for the riders, but also for the commentary.
Yep.
Booth.
So.
And Herbert, our neighbor from Radio Rai, he told me he was about to go to look for a ventilator, and I said, please get us one.
Fantastic.
And we have. Here is the bill, we paid, and we're all set.
Amazing. We should have some slightly cooler air, because it is absolutely sweltering here in the commentary box, which is full of people as well, adding to the temperature.
It's interesting, they're using two different bidons, the Bahrain Victorious. I think they're using thermal bidons, if I'm not mistaken. There is a large and longer one. If you see now on the image, the white one is much bigger than the other one. But they might have, in the past that they were using
liquid cool inside. Yeah. They'd be heavier though, wouldn't they? That would be I suppose.
Yeah, but in a flat stage, it doesn't do much difference.
And the advantage of having your liquid kept a little bit cooler.
And I think one of the best feelings for the riders is when they have the ice chips on the back, is just pouring cold water over that. It's almost like, is melting ice on your back. It's just like very refreshing feelings. And also they come up with they noticed that there are 2 points where you actually, your body just cool down much more if you apply some ice or cold water.
Yes,
and it's
your head?
no, the back where they actually, the back where they put it, and the wrist as well.
Your wrists.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. So Johan Jacobs. He was the first rider from Gruppava FDJ United to attack today, get in the move. His 2 teammates came across in the 3rd group when the groups eventually came together on the road to give us this 15-rider breakaway. Jacobs, very aggressive yesterday as well. Twice he was off the front in the first formation of the first breakaway, if you were watching yesterday's stage, and when it all rebooted and another breakaway was created, it was him who went off the front and waited for riders to come across to his wheel again. So he's clearly on good form, is Jacobs.
Yeah, he looked also the way he's pedaling, like always in control. And here is Andreas Leknesson, sorry to change subject for a moment, that is the moment where you see riders changing the way they're rotating due to the change of wind or direction. They were rotating counter-clockwise, and now they re-change once again to clockwise, as very likely the wind is breezing from the right side. And soon again they're going to be turned right, so even more. This is such a typical landscape of this region of Italy, this La Pianura Padana in Piemonte. Very agricultural sites.
Here's the right-handed turn, and it's Francesco Busato from Alpecin Premier Tech who takes it. Not that many Italians featuring in this breakaway. Nico Maestri, of course, from Polti Visit Malta, Busato, Bettiol. Who else is there from Italy? That might be it. So for once, Italy not massively represented in the break.
Busato is a strong rider. Last year he was very strong when he was still racing with Lotto Intermarché, sorry. In the first stages in Albania. Is despite the size you will guess he's a climber, is actually much more of a punchy rider, almost like a sprinty rider. It's very tiny and compact figure of the Italian Busato.
Well, from a breakaway, or a big group that got clear, I should say, actually on second stage of the Tour of Catalunya this year, he picked up a 3rd place, which is his best result of the year, but he got the better of Dorian Godin and Alberto Dainese, as well as Thomas Silva in that group on difficult terrain. The stage was won, in fact the sprint was won by Magnus Kort, which tells you what sort of a day it was. But that and the fact that he's only 23 years old, Busato, and he's a former winner of the under-23 Liège-Bastogne-Liège as well. It tells you that
capable of many terrain, you know.
He's one to look out for on the climb if the legs are good today, Busato.
Freshly moved to Alpecin Premier Tech after a couple of seasons with the Intermarché team.
Time gap just goes out again a little bit, back out to 9:26. 3 Bahrain Victorious riders on the front. Matisse Paskins being, I think, doing most of the work as yesterday's stage winner. Zegat moves up on the right-hand side of the peloton. Paskins then sitting on the front, and actually you can see he's working a little bit harder than he was now. Does explain why I think the time gap isn't going up anymore. They've just capped it at this much, and Bahrain Victorious are honouring the jersey and doing their job. That could be a UCI fine at the end of the day. Rider having a pee right in front of a couple of spectators at the side of the roads.
Yeah, there's been the P-gate, or the bottle P-gate for a few days.
Yes.
Now, discussing subject we might as well skip, I guess.
I think we'll skip it. There's no need to get too involved in those discussions.
Still some rice fields in the background.
It was quite threatened, wasn't it, the rice cultivation a couple of years ago when the levels of the River Po were very, very low after a very dry winter. There was a lot of discussion about whether or not the rice harvest, the rice crop would fail that year.
And yes, this part of Italy, from especially the province of Vercelli, where they are now, is the most important in Italy, featuring some of the best harvest, which the Acquerello, the Carnaroli, Arborio.
Arborio is a risotto rice, isn't it? So it's slightly rounder.
Yeah, in Italy we almost have risotto rice, like very short, short grains.
Very glutinous.
Yeah. Much different than the one being often used in Asia or South America.
Like basmati.
Yeah. Well, the speed doesn't decrease by much, because they're still riding at a little bit off the 50 average. 50.3 actually, according to the graphics.
Castellazzo Novarese in the province of Novara.
.942. Not unlikely, or I should say more likely, is going to be go up to 10 minutes. Largest we have had since the Giro d'Italia started. It was never really that easy or straightforward for the breakaway to make it till the line in this Giro d'Italia.
No, well, tell that to Giulio Ciccone, who's found it frustrating so far at the Giro d'Italia. Came close to victory on the second uphill finish of the Giro this year, but was caught in the last few kilometres in a breakaway that was never really given the total sense that it would go to the line. Not like today, where they signalled very early on, and indeed even before the race got underway, that the break would have a chance today. Bahrain victorious, haven't got a rider up the road, they won't be winning today. And that victory for Segart's last year was the first victory since Santiago Buitrago's win at Tre Cime di Lavaredo way back in 2023, so they were overdue a victory at the Giro.
It was a long spell for them. It's been always very successful at the Giro d'Italia, because also featuring a lot of Italians in the past, and even now it's been a team born with a deep Slovenian culture, and a lot of stuff come from Slovenia and Croatia, but nonetheless a lot of Italians. Was when the team was founded, it was featuring Vincenzo Nibali, and since then a lot of staff members and directors are from Italy, as well as the riders. Some fueling for Maestri. Or Paperino, as they call.
Is that time gap going to get to 10 minutes, to the mythical point of 10 minutes or not? 9:48, the biggest gap that they've had so far. 84.3k to go. At the average speed that they're holding at the moment, it will be just over an hour of racing before they get to the sprint, which is at 33 kilometers an hour. In fact, that's almost exactly an hour of racing from here, unless they slow down a bit, or indeed speed up. Francisco Pussato, the rider we were talking about from Alpecin Premier Tech, is by far the smallest rider in this group. There's some big old engines in this breakaway group. Marcus Hulgaard is a huge man.
Yeah.
Andreas Leknesund is pretty tall. Jasper Stuyven is a chunky rider. Toon Aerts is a bit of a monster as well. Pussato's being dwarfed by most of these riders in this group. It's unfortunate for Diego Sevilla that he's picked today where there's such a big breakaway today, because with 15 riders, he can't add any more kilometres to his tally. It's too big a group to count in the overall breakaway prize. And it's highly questionable, I think, whether or not Diego Sevilla will certainly get to the second climb and able to score points, but he might get to the top of the Cat 4 climb. Depends how dynamic, whether the attacks have already started.
I think if you want to stand a chance to get those points, you need to go on the attack early. If anybody moves before, and it will happen, that somebody will go early. So he should be, you know, quite aware that he had slotted himself into a late attack, you know, attacking the breakaway and trying to move clear ahead of them if you want to stand a chance to get the point. Won't be the points are gonna reshape the KOM classification, as only a handful of those points are available to today's stage, and the gap between Sevilla, which is second in the KOM classification, and Vingegaard is just too big to be shut down today. And let's not forget, tomorrow it's a mighty stage with a lot of first and second category climbs. So what we see now so far in the KOM classification can completely and dramatically change over the tomorrow stage.
For me, this has been a great Giro. We've seen, seen some interesting action in the general classification. I think it's very unpredictable. The fight for the stage victories has been great. We've still got an interesting Maglia Ciclamino. The one missing part of the puzzle is a proper battle for the King of the Mountains jersey. It's just been absent. We haven't had it yet, and normally the Giro d'Italia, I think, does provide a really good battle for the King of the Mountains, but it's missing this year.
I think it's also due to the parcours itself. There was never really a day so far. There were days, but never really a day where you think, okay, they're gonna go off and there are one first category climbs that you can get a lot of points, And I think tomorrow is the real first stage,
day like that, yeah.
Where you really, like, if you go in the breakaway and you manage yourself to be at the front for, at least half of the stage, you can have easily 100 points. Until now, it was mainly a lot of third and fourth category climbs. Two first category ones, the two finish line in Blockhouse and Cornale Scale, and just one second category, so it was very, very little points available till now.
I mean, tomorrow there's a Cat 3 climb that's worth 9 points maximum. There's a Cat 2 climb, 18 points, and then 2 Cat 1s before the finish line.
They're 50.
Yeah, they're 25 if they're not the summit finish.
25.
That's the problem. Yeah. And then, if Jonas Vingegaard were to win the stage, he takes another casual 50, which is almost as much as anybody else can get on the road. So it's for me, it's just slanted far too far in favour of the winner of the general classification.
They were actually discussing in Tour de France to taking away the points for if the KOM was at the finish line.
Yep.
To allowing this sort of rules they're trying to create to prevent, the usual riders to be in the jersey, because, of course, imagine for an organizer that there is a sponsor who pays for the maglia.
Yeah, exactly.
And in the last stage, you don't have the jersey, is not featuring the owner of the jersey. So you may have a photo, a typical photo with all the jerseys in the last stage.
But unfortunately, I think it's simpler than that. I think very often the sponsor is the only image that they really care about is the final podium image. And those sponsors who are paying a lot of money, they want to have Tadej Pogačar, they want to have Jonas Vingegaard, they want to have the winner in their jersey. And I think maybe it's me being cynical, but I think it's raw economics that means...
But at the same time, if imagine today Pogačar winning, or Vingegaard in here, winning the Giro d'Italia, and being also awarded with the KOM jersey,
yep.
If you have a photo with all the jerseys, he's not wearing it. You just have the photo when it's only for the KOM. So it's light in the balance. I don't know which way you wanna see it.
But it was like that at the Vuelta for many years, where you didn't have a white jersey. There was no best young rider because the sponsor, and I think it was a steel company of the combination jersey, they wanted, which was like a little bit like the points competition, but very much weighted in favour of the star riders. And it was actually, effectively, it was Alejandro Valverde's jersey every single year, wasn't it? They wanted Valverde in that, and they didn't want a young rider who perhaps wasn't that well known in their jersey at the end, and that was the actual reason why we didn't have a white jersey at the Vuelta for many years.
Yeah. There's actually quite freedom about what type of classmen get jersey. The only thing that is fixed is that, of course, the general classification then need to be a jersey.
Yep.
And maximum number, so maximum 4 jerseys.
Correct.
There can be as many classification as you want, but jerseys available only 4. No matter which race you are.
Well, I don't know about that, Jacopo, because the recent Tour of Hainan, they had 6 distinctive jerseys.
I know that UCI
they make exemptions for
yeah, they can
races
make
in
an
different
exemption if they ask. I think
certainly at Grand Tours, you're right, 4 maximum.
I think in general what the UCI does is like they set a standards for the biggest races and then eventually does grant exception for other races, also about numbers. You mentioned also the example of Tour of Benin when you didn't need a license to drive the cars in the convoy.
That's true, yeah.
So I think there are standards that mainly applies for, of course, for the main races and the European calendar all the time. And then there are exceptions for smaller races.
Yeah, the Tour of Hainan featured all the normal jerseys that you'd expect, plus a best Asian jersey and a best Chinese jersey as well.
And if they were overlapping?
Well,
the second best
place in that category.
Okay.
Every day you'd have to concentrate quite hard to see who was wearing which jersey.
The only thing, if I remember properly, that the jersey need to be, how can I say, a standard to get the jersey. You know, it cannot be voted by the public, for instance. You know, there need to be.
That can only be done with the competitivity.
Yeah, or yeah, exactly, which is not a jersey. No. And also, I think they're forbidden to give jersey for the last in classification, because there was, and it's called in Italian, it's called the maglia nera, because there was a moment in cycling history in the Giro d'Italia, and the maglia nera was belonging to the last rider in the general classification. But they found out some riders were targeting on purpose, you know, this maglia nera, because nonetheless it's a distinctive jersey. And one famous, you know, who was one famous winner of the maglia nera?
Winner?
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds silly.
Yeah, no,
winner of the last position.
Well, it's like the Lanterne Rouge in the Tour.
Yeah, exactly.
Who was that?
Pinarello himself, the founder of the company.
Was a
and so he was using the black color as distinctive color of Pinarello for many years.
Well, in the Tour de France and the post-Tour criterium races, the Lanterne Rouge would often be invited for a nice fee as well to take part in the post-Tour criteriums. So you could monetize it as well.
I mean, very often, not always, but let's say that it does belong to riders that might have sustained a very hard day that's almost dramatic, like, so it just get the favor of the public, or maybe a nasty crash that you just fight your way through the finish.
Yeah, true.
So it's that's why often like the maglia nera gets a lot of sympathy from the public and in general from the organizer.
I remember when I first started to go and cover the Tour de France, Mauri van Zevenent's father, Wim van Zevenent, I think he was the Lanterne Rouge something like 3 years in a row.
That's an achievement as well. But nonetheless, I mean, you finished the Grand Tour. It's not like you have of the 168 rider or 76, I don't remember how many they're starting now. Not all of them at the finish line. There are DNF, there are DNS, so it's still an achievement to finish a Grand Tour. And if that's to happen in the last position, well, so be it. Rami Olivic leading the way for Bahrain Victorious.
Do you know what, Jacopo? The time gap never got to 10 minutes, did it?
No.
Very, very close. But Bahrain Victorious are riding just a little bit harder now.
Jasper Stuyven on your images. The very expert Belgian rider.
It's been around a long time, hasn't he, Jasper Stuyven? It feels very natural. Almost all of his career with Lidl Trek, or Trek Segafredo before that. He was with them for a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
10 years,
8, 9, 10 years. Moving now on a 3-year contract to Soudal Quickstep, but it does feel like a natural home for him.
Yeah.
His style of racing is very suited to, especially because now Quickstep are reverting after their experiment years with Remco Evenepoel. They're going back to focus on the classics.
Yeah, and he was rewarded, the team, by this with this contract, because he was third in the Paris-Roubaix this year, getting with his very first podium in the Paris-Roubaix race. So very good results by Jasper Stuyven.
Hasn't won since Milan-San Remo. That I didn't know. Just checking that out. Jasper Stuyven has no victory since the biggest one of his career, but that was in 2021, 5 years ago. No injuries since then.
But at the same time, is the type of rider like he was a little bit on domestic duties, because not far off that period there was the rise of Mats Pedersen, which is like just like Stuyven, just a bit better. You know, I think he's faster than Stuyven, and sometimes also proven to be a better climber. So he was relegated is not the right word. I mean, I think he was happy to do so, but he was being used as a domestic for Mats Pedersen. He was always a part of the team featuring Mats Pedersen, and I think he wanted to give it a go for himself in the last part of his career. I mean, it's not the youngest anymore. He's at 34, so he started off successfully. He didn't win, but nonetheless he's shown some great results, and I think the team was very happy with the result he got in Paris-Roubaix, and we're in for another couple of years. He's racing a very good Giro d'Italia, I have to say.
Yeah,
very strong, very consistent. So I think it was a good move by Jasper Stuyven at this point of his career.
And of course, it wasn't just Mads Pedersen at Lidl Trek, was it? Then Jonathan Milan was signed as well, and he became a very important lead-out rider. Not the lead-out rider, but a part of the lead-out train for Jonathan Milan.
Imagine how heartbroken must be Jonathan Milan seeing Jasper Stuyven being the lead-out man for Paul Magnier.
Yeah.
This is taking away all the chances for the Italian of winning a stage.
Castelli di Pro in Briona, built in the 1400s. And by the looks of it as well, pretty much unchanged. Sometimes these, you can see the marks of later adaptations, 19th century renovations. That looks like the original structure there, just beautifully preserved.
Still look pretty much flat, but if you can notice a little bit, the mountains start to appear at the background. It's a bit of grey horizon there. It's a lot of humidity.
We're heading north through this territory as we drove into the sunset yesterday. I have to say it was a gorgeous evening, and the Alps suddenly start to rear up on the horizon as well, and they just, the way they just rise up from the Po River plain, it always takes your breath away. It's just so sudden. Lake Maggiore, where we're heading, of course, is surrounded by big mountains. "40 kilometers to go until the sprint in Stresa on the banks of Lake Maggiore."
They're not far off Borgo Manero, which marks the beginning of the province of Urbania.
Once they get over Borgo, what's it called?
Borgo Manero.
Thank you. Once they get through that as well, they're pretty much down onto the coastline of Lake Maggiore.
Yeah, they're going to be descending a little bit into Arona and then stay on the coastline till something like a couple of kilometers from the city center of Urbania, and there where the actual race starts, because instead of entering directly into the city, they're going to be heading up to the mountains with the climb of Bieno and then Unjasca. I think it never features a stage in the Giro d'Italia, the Unjasca climb.
Classy little dismount there from Francesco Busato in the breakaway at the front, but needing a little bit of mechanical assistance. Yeah, it's always very instructive, you know, every day here, commentating as we do, as we're privileged to do from the very finish line, very close to the finishing arch. We always drive to the finish, park our car somewhere, and normally walk a couple of 100 meters, sometimes a kilometer. Yesterday, up the finishing line to take a good look at it. And it's always very instructive to see where the finishing line is in the town, and how wide it is, and what sort of finishing, you know, final kilometer, what it actually looks like. And what really struck me today is that any sort of lingering doubts that I might have had as to whether or not this stage could have been won by a bunch sprinter they just like disappeared as soon as I saw the finishing line,
Yeah.
because there's no way on this finishing line you could bring a front sprint to the line. It's far too narrow.
It's almost, yeah, it's narrow and almost like for a moment goes down. So they really expect riders to be coming in small groups, if not even alone.
Yeah.
So we witness the start of the Giro E from Angera, the other side of the Lake Maggiore.
That is one straight road, isn't it? Now, if we had the Paris-Nice winds, that would be very dangerous territory for cross tailwinds if they were strong enough. So exposed, these roads on this in the Po River Valley.
Yeah, Giro d'Italia has never been a race for echelons. It's not that windy because the whole Pianura Padana, the only place where you actually have a real flatlands in Italy, it's surrounded by mountains on 3/4 of it, so very often doesn't have much winds. So a nice little start for Alex Segard, the youngest since Evenepoel.
And Evenepoel's victory in Cesena, followed by the floods that descended on Emilia-Romagna that day and into the days that follow. And later on that evening, after his victory in the time trial in Cesena, of course, news broke that he was abandoning the race, having tested positive for COVID. Throwback to the COVID years, where all our Grand Tours, we were holding our breath stage by stage that riders weren't going to test positive.
Yeah.
They were horrible those years, weren't they? Can't imagine what they must have been like as riders, but as commentators and spectators of the race, it was just awful to... that kind of proposition that a Grand Tour would just collapse, crumble before through your fingers.
Especially in 21, I mean, just pretend for a moment the health disease that...
Sure, that apart, just from a sporting perspective.
Yeah, but in a sporting perspective, 21 was very weird because it was the moment where he lost a little bit of his strength, the virus, so you could possibly be positive without even knowing it. And so the tests were ongoing, and you had riders perfectly feeling well in good health, being forced to abandon. So it was, but of course that's also was due to, with the right way of eliminate the possible spread of the virus. But nonetheless, it was a moment where I think also that was the case, especially with Evenepoel, like winning a stage and then the very next day being forced to abandon due to COVID. He was charged with a lot of polemics, like very useless polemics, because I mean, now can you complain that a rider stopped if he has COVID? But he was not as straightforward as he was in 2020, where you were sick, so you had to abandon. 21, it seems like a lot of people wanted to just get done with that. And every time we were touched, because a lot of the world was still pretty much touched by this virus, was not dealing well with that.
Yeah, although, I mean, if you think back to that individual time trial performance, he only just won. I think it's very close. Was Geraint Thomas in second place? Yeah. And it's just a matter of seconds, so his form was clearly affected. And I remember seeing him on the podium. He had great...
Pale. Yeah.
Yeah, he had big bags under his eyes. He looked like he hadn't slept properly. So I think he was ill, genuinely ill. And they announced it, I think not the following day. I think they actually announced it that evening. 3 years ago already. Remco Evenepoel nowadays fully focused, especially in his new team, on a tilt at the Tour de France again. Sure, he will return to the Giro d'Italia in the years to come.
Yeah, still on the edge of deciding if is he going to be a GC rider or a classic rider. This year he attempt for the first time the Tour of Flanders.
He would have loved this year's Giro d'Italia, wouldn't he? With that 42-kilometre flat time trial. Busato is back at the front, so we've still got 15 riders at the front. 35k to go to the sprint, and I keep saying the sprint, even though the sprinters have no real relevance to these riders.
Sevilla might be the rider.
With the exception of Diego Sevilla, possibly. Or Maestri himself, actually. I'll just have to check those standings. But after that kind of announces the final. It's the last 30 kilometres of the race, and the approach to the final series of climbs begins when they get to the sprint at Stresa. they have just been businesslike, this 15-rider group. Very few histrionics, very little complaining. No riders seemingly sort of hiding in the pack and not doing their fair share. They've been working well together to this point in the race, but eventually this cooperation will collapse. And those riders who will have to hit out a long way out will start to make their moves. Not yet, though. 67.4 kilometers is too far out to try and launch an attack. And besides, they're on very flat roads and there's no chance of...
Look at the salt on the pants here.
Yeah, that's not often a Giro d'Italia sight, is it?
No. But
it's the tide of sweat marks.
Warm day for everybody. Need to stay hydrated and fresh and cold, trying to keep the temperature down on themselves as some riders of the Giro E are now approaching the finish line. The public is cheering for them, of course.
Yeah, going back to the intermediate sprint in 30-odd kilometers time, Diego Sevilla sits in 3rd place behind his teammate Mattia Bais, but on the same number of points in the intermediate sprint overall standing. Manuele Tarozzi of Bardiani leads the way. He's on 60 points. Then Bais and Sevilla are both on 36 points. There's 12 points available for the win. So it would move him up onto the shoulder of Manuele Tarozzi and into contention in that classification in the days to come. So yes, there is motivation for Diego Sevilla to pick up those 12 points.
The front of the race, just to give you an indication, the average in the peloton is nearly 45. At the front is nearly 55 kilometer. The difference of average speed between the front of the race, the breakaway, and the peloton.
Yeah, but the fact that it's been a very relaxed peloton now for a couple of hours, and the fact that they're still averaging 45 kilometers an hour, tells you how strong the wind is. It's Radio Corsa. Race radio, as distinct from team radios. There are 2 types of radio in a bike race. One is Radio Corsa, which is distributed, well, into our ears as well. We can hear it. But also, most importantly, it is the team cars, the directors in the team cars in the following convoy who hear Radio Corsa, race radio. And most of the information on race radio is about the identity of the numbers, the size of the time gap, whether when riders require assistance at the back of the peloton, that is relayed through race radio when they raise their arms, and those relevant team cars come forward. That's not the information that riders hear, though. They are spoken to by their directors who follow on in the team cars behind, and that is team radio. And that was almost a good catch, but he's going to have to scrabble down and pick out that bidon from the river.
Much easier with that, with the net.
Good shot there from Tim Naberman of Picnic Postanel.
Alex Segard, thumbs up. Cavallo d'Agogna entered the province of Novara. It's going to be the last one before Verbania. Novara is quite unique province, has got a little bit influenced by Milan as well, which is not far from here. And the Piemonte culture is a, how do you say, crossway city, or at the border of 2 cultures.
If we do get to see Novara from a distance, it's got a remarkable tower as well, built by Alessandro Antonelli, who of course made the big landmark, constructed the big landmark in Turin. But he also plonked an enormous tower on the old, I think a Romanesque church in the middle of Novara, built in the late 19th century, a colossal tower. Spire on the top of that church in Novara that you can see for miles around as well, because the land is so flat around Novara.
Eulalio Reslotted himself a little bit more at the front, following the veteran of the team, Damiano Caruso, 29 years old. It's what it looked like his last Giro.
The time gap has gone over 10 minutes now, 10 minutes and 12 seconds. Josh Kench has now halved, almost exactly halved his deficit in the general classification, starting the day 20 minutes and 20 seconds down. Well, one thing is for sure, all the points at the intermediate sprint will go to the breakaway. The only team that might have come to the front to influence that and to bring it back are not visible, not doing any work, and that would have been potentially Lidl Trek. But they are basically taking a day off, Lidl Trek, today. They did try and get in the breakaway today. Matteo Sobrero tried, often in the company of Filippo Ganna, following his moves. And once or twice Jonathan Milan went as well, but only those two riders really tried. Oh, there was a little attack as well from Greg Chabier at one point, but that was about it today. And they're not alone. There's 15 riders at the front, but there aren't 15 teams represented at the front, because, for example, Groupama FDJ United, they've got 3 riders. Uno X Mobility have got a pair, as well as Polti Visit Malta have got 2 riders at the front. So quite a few teams have missed out on the move today. Lidl Trek being, I think, the most notable of them. And it was interesting to see Movistar not even try today. I don't think they had a single attack.
They had to take a day off, don't they? A single day where they save a little bit of energy for the Movistar team.
Yeah, I wonder what they'll get up to tomorrow.
Yeah, with Eric Mas and Emil Rubin tomorrow, I think they're going to be
try and get one or other or both in the breakaway. So Andreas Leknesund will be licking his lips about this one. If the legs are good, but he's had a very attacking Giro, so he would have surely depleted his reserves just a little bit. But Leknesund's got a real opportunity here. If these climbs are as hard as Filippo Ganna was suggesting, he's among the best climbers in this group. And the only rider in that big breakaway on the road to Fermo who is able to even be in the same shot as Jonathan Narvaez. No Narvaez in this breakaway. Big opportunity for everybody, and Leknesund will be full of self-belief, I think, to turn that second place in Fermo into a victory today. A victory that he craves. He's had 2 second places on stages after Giro d'Italia as Leknesund. The first time was behind Aurélien Paré-Peintre, who took the victory, beating Leknesund in the final, and landing Andreas Leknesund in the Maglia Rosa a few years ago. But he, even that day, I remember thinking he's actually really disappointed, and the Maglia Rosa is no consolation. He wanted the victory.
But he's riding good, as you said, and today yet another chance to test himself and see if he has some possibility of taking this home, and he can benefit from the presence of Marcos Hulgaard. And having a teammate that can really open up for more possibilities. Imagine Marcos Hulgaard, which in theory is a lesser capable climber than him, going off on the attack and gaining some ground on the chase that will allow Andreas Leknesund to just be seated at the wheel.
Yeah, that might be a good way of using Marcos Hulgaard, because I don't think he'll necessarily last too long on the climb. Neo-Gothic church there, rather a late-looking bit of architecture. 3:30 in the afternoon. The clock is telling the right time. They are going to be in on the fastest schedule, courtesy of this strong tailwind today. And then there'll be a 10-minute wait or thereabouts, maybe a bit less by the time we get to the finish line before we see the GC group come to the line. Whether or not there's going to be any action in the general classification is hard to say when we get to the climbs, because it might not come from the podium riders, but it might come from further behind, where, I don't know, the likes of Jai Hindley, who's been very aggressive on GC. He's not been spurning any opportunity to try and chip away, take a few seconds, gain a bit of ground on GC. You could see him potentially using the slopes of the final couple of climbs to his advantage.
Why not? It's just gonna last for the top is less than a little bit more, sorry, than 10 kilometers to go. So if some of them are feeling good, they have a chance to move clear and gain some seconds. It's not going to be dramatic changes, but if they feel the legs good, it's not going to be a huge dispense of energy. The riders getting their way in Borgomanero.
Inside 60 kilometers then, and at these speeds we're entering the final phase of racing now, bit by bit. Not much more than an hour of racing because they're averaging 50 kilometers an hour. Still going to get up over these two climbs. Later on today, the climb of Bieno. Jaska being the second one. That's a category 3 climb. 4.7 kilometers at 7.1% with a maximum of 13%.
We're not far off from opening of the hostilities. I wouldn't be surprised to see soon some attacks coming in.
This far out?
Yeah. Yep. Because the closer you get to the climbs, the more, I would say, likely somebody will react immediately. But if it will be some like a real strong rider such Michael Bjerg or Johan Jacobs, I will go now or in about like 10 kilometers time. Because at least, you know that the reaction won't be sparks so much.
Well, Groupama FDJ United have to take advantage of their numerical supremacy. Johan Jacobs would be the rider who you'd expect with his time trialing credentials to go long. Maybe not the most naturally gifted climber, Johan Jacobs, so watch out for that potential move. And if one of those riders does attack, then you could get a response from a couple of the others, and a little group could get itself together.
Nico Denz, in the meantime, back in the peloton, is fully charged dromedary style for the teammates. It's going to get a lot of biddons, I would expect. Teams normally they start with a cooler in the trunk of the car, but in stages like today, they might as well have to replace the entirety of it. The feed zone not is very likely they stop on the side, and the Soigneurs give them a new fresh cooler with full bottles, because the consumption in days like this is quite high.
The planning that goes into a World Tour race for all of these teams. There'll be a meeting in the evening, there'll be meetings in the morning. The soigneurs, who have to prepare all this stuff as well, will be given their instructions. They'll have figured out where to go, which feed zone and how to get there. And then they have to adapt. These aren't plans that you can make 2 months in advance. You have to make them the night before when you look at the weather forecast and assess the race situation and realise just how hot it's going to be.
Yep, one thing you definitely don't want to have is warmer water or drinks to be given at the riders, because you get them hungry. Angry, sorry, not hungry, angry at it.
Well, imagine if they were hungry and angry.
Yeah, imagine, like, with twice the the reaction. But at the same time, like, it could happen, because if the consumption just goes so high that, they're left without anything. Because imagine also the amount of ice. It's something like the organizers of a Grand Tour, though they're in charge of providing the team hotels, it's the RCS is organizing where the different teams are going to sleep, informing the hotels also that they need to provide ice to the teams. And you would not imagine the amount of ice that's been provided. Like, really, we're talking about tons of ice for the teams in a Grand Tour, because they need to fill all the coolers, and at least there are 4 or 5 at least, because with all the team cars present, at least 2 in the team cars, then there are at least 2 in the feed zone, so at least 4, if not 5, full with ice. So imagine all the logistic side of preparing all of these bottles and drinks.
Nico Denz is carrying so much on his in his musette there, and stuffed down his racing jersey. making progress up the side of the peloton to feed his teammates. Red Bull Border Hansgrohe sitting around about third or fourth team behind. Just tucked in, I think, on the wheels of the net company Ineos riders. He's made it past Uno X Mobility. Now he's just got to get past NSN. And they're moving at 45 kilometers an hour at the moment.
And having all those bottles in the back of the jersey is gonna, basically your jersey is so tight on yourself you can barely breathe. So it's a very unpleasant feeling. There was for provided to riders from some brands kind of vest. So basically the team were already preparing the vest filled with bidons. So a vest, kind of like a fisherman vest, you know, filled with bidons all over the...
That technology never really took off, did it? It was,
yeah, because actually it could be very pricey, and you cannot throw away the vest. You need to take it back again to the car.
It's wasted energy.
Yeah, so I think that is still in place. Some teams, they still have it. I think, if I'm not mistaken, is Sportful still producing it. But
what if you made one that was biodegradable, or even better, edible? You could just rip it up and pass it out as made of sugary, you know.
I think the temperature is too high here, and the commentary booth as net is really going crazy.
Yeah, those rules about clothing and discarding clothing have...
Also, you cannot eat your own clothing. That's another rule by UCI.
Well, if it isn't a rule, it should be. There,
Finally,
he's got there.
Finally for him. We haven't counted how many, but I would assume at least 10 bidons in there.
So, bottle for Jai Hindley, bottle for Aliotti, bottle for Pellizzari.
And there is nothing worse than a teammate who tells you, no, I don't need that. Thanks.
I don't think in these conditions many riders will be not accepting extra fluids at this point.
Yeah, exactly, this far from the finish.
Yeah, the peloton will be well over 60 kilometers from the finish. Front of the race though, 54k, but this helicopter shot has been really instructive, hasn't it? The work that's been done that you take for granted by riders like Nico Dents. Pellizzari takes another bottle.
No, it was ice chips, I think, to put on the back of it. That's maybe why the presence of the musette as well. And you know, the musette costs way less than a vest to be thrown to the public.
Yep. Well, that's another strange cycling thing, isn't it? The musette, which is largely unchanged in 100 years. No one's come up with a better design than a cotton musette.
Well, you cannot make a better than perfection, you know.
Well, there was a British cycling magazine called Rouleur, which a few years ago they launched a competition with a prize for anybody in their readership, and their readership is, you know, has a lot of scientists and engineers who like cycling who are interested. For anybody to come up with a better design than the musette, and people came up with these wacky designs, but they had to be sort of tested in races. And I think one of the British Continental teams signed up to test all this new technology, and it was all a complete disaster. And they went back to the good old musette, and no one's come up with a better idea.
I mean, it's cheap to produce first place.
It's kind of cool. I like a musette.
It's cool. Like, I know you like, because you always have one for some teams.
I do, yeah.
And it's just the right size as well, also to fill your shoes, you know, if you give it away. But for the bidons, it's just perfect, and it's easy to handle riders. It's very light. There's nothing wrong about the musette. It needs to stay like this. Big fan of it. Borgomanero finally, not long, and they're going to be descending to Arona. This is the peloton, the front of the race being already here. And soon for the peloton, in about a couple of kilometers, they're going to be seeing the Leg Maggiore, if not already now, plunging down a little bit to Arona, which marks the begin of the bottom side of the Leg Maggiore, this branch at least of the Leg Maggiore.
Carnival figures. I think that's Napoleon Bonaparte, isn't it?
It might be, yeah.
I think so, on the right. Of course, it was his Italian campaign that really forged the legend of Napoleon. The victories that he scored in Piemonte. taking his territory for France, elevated him ultimately to the position where he was able to declare himself emperor in a nation that only a decade and a bit before had got rid of kings. They suddenly found themselves with an emperor. Time gap's continuing to, well, it's just holding it around about 10 minutes and 30 seconds now.
Yeah, a very moderate pace by Bahrain Victorious. They don't have to spend any energy today. They have no interest at all of some sort of the breakaway. The only rider featuring nearly in the classification is Josh Kench, but a mighty 20 minutes far off Alfonso Eulalia.
But this is the first day at the Giro, this year's Giro, Jacopo, where we've had this very early signal coming from the peloton of, yep, we're good, we're happy with this. I don't think we've had, I mean, on other days the break has gone to the line, but it's always been in the balance for most of the race.
No, also for the really for the nature of the parcours today, I think also the way they rode the recent stages, it was very hard, you know, very demanding. So they took a chance in the peloton to just taking it a little bit easy. But it was the first time really that the peloton has settled completely, because, you know, when it's so flat, you can allow this. The other days, even when the breakaway was good for the peloton, there were climbs to be approached, there were sketchy moments, so they had to ride and be at the front and paying attention to everything. So today is a real first day for the peloton to ease off in the kind of an old-fashioned manner.
50 kilometers to go for the breakaway, for the 15 riders at the front, with a 10-minute and 30-second lead over the peloton, which, as you just saw on your screens, if you were closely observing, equates to just over 9 kilometers of open road. That is the physical distance between these two groups.
And soon they're going to be on the lake coastline. Start off here in Arona.
Well, prepare yourself. There you go. Good. Another good prediction from Jacopo.
I know the place.
You do. You used to have childhood holidays here, didn't you?
Yeah, not in exactly this very lake, but on the side, on the left side of Lake Maggiore, there is another smaller one, Lago d'Orta. I spent a lot of time there, but also as an Italian, in Arona, there's been a very famous race in the past, the GP Arona or GP Nobili. It's been it was taking place during the summer very often. Well, it's on its side. It's an amazing place, Lago Maggiore. And the more they go on, once they're going to arrive, for instance, in Stresa, where we were sleeping last night, amazing and almost like old-fashioned town.
Well, I think we are going to see some amazing helicopter shots of the lake a little bit later, as they hug the shores of Lake Maggiore, through the intermediate sprint at Stresa, and then out and up into the hill, the first hill being the Bieno climb. The Red Bull kilometre coming at 16.7, not uphill today, just on a little bit of a flat section before the Unjasca climb, which begins at around about 18 kilometres to go. Actually, slight correction to what I said. The Red Bull kilometre is on the early slopes of the Unjasca climb, so it could be an uphill kilometre. Yesterday's winner of the Red Bull kilometre is back in the peloton at 10 minutes and 30 seconds, so there's going to be no bonus second additions or subtractions to the general classification today that really matter. Some or other sized group at the front of the race from this 15 rider selection will sweep up all those cash prizes and those bonus seconds. Axel Rance of Groupama FDJ United, smallest of the three riders from Groupama FDJ. Mirko Maestri, breakaway specialist of Ponte Visit Malta. And Alberto Bettiol, the mystery man, the man without a victory in 2025 or indeed in 2026. One of the leaders of XDS Astana. And a lovely shot of the peloton just snaking its way through town, with a big convoy of cars following by. So 47k to go. We are entering that kind of territory, Jacopo, where you suggested we might see some moves now.
Yeah, because now the road itself is also a little bit not lumpy, but it's not completely flat because they're on the lake, and there are some parts you have to go a little bit inland. And as well, it's always constantly with some gentle turns, so you can easily, in a way, let's use this term, disappear from the eyes of the opponents in the breakaway. And at the same time, you know, we always said breakaways, these unique creatures where riders need to be to create an alliance in between themselves, but eventually they need to broke it as well, you know, later on. And now there is not a single reason to keep the alliance working, because they have 10-minute 30, which they would. So, and very soon I think we're going to see the first skirmishes, the first attacks coming, because not all of them, they feel like they have the legs to compete with the best climbers in the finale. And as well, you want to create yourself the opportunity to move ahead, clear of them. So I think it's very likely that soon we're going to see some of the riders at the front going on the attack.
Outside our commentary position here on the banks of Lake Maggiore. The crowd is being revved up to a frenzy. A lot of people here already. Not really the high holiday season, but already starting to fill up here in Verbania.
And that's the lake, thanks to the helicopter shot.
You can see how big the mountains are behind there, to the north of the lake. Some of Italy's most expensive housing, bar none, and some of Italy's wealthiest aristocratic families and most established industrialists have camped out for hundreds of years on the shores of Lake Maggiore, which is exquisite, and yet close enough to the big cities of Milan and Turin to be commutable. Jacopo was complaining that he hasn't been born into a wealthy family where he could just inherit one of these big houses in Lake Maggiore.
But nonetheless, wealth enough to enjoy, nonetheless.
Exactly.
By paying a nice hotel.
45k to go for the break then. Just over 10 kilometers to the intermediate sprint at Stresa. As you indicate, it's not entirely flat now. Little lumps and bumps as they negotiate their way around the banks of the lake. Mikel Pierre might be one of those riders who'd be tempted to go long, cooling himself down, throwing water over his shoulder. Josh Kench, tall Kiwi rider, riding his first Grand Tour in his first season as a World Tour racer. One of those young Australasian riders from New Zealand, of course, who've done the actually very difficult thing to do, which is land a place in a Chinese team, race on the Asian circuit, and produce results that catch the eye of a big European team, and actually use the Asian circuit as a stepping stone from New Zealand to Europe, and he's done that.
There they are. Amazing view here. 43.8 kilometer, we're getting closer to the intermediate sprint, 11 kilometer to Stresa.
Of course, Lake Maggiore, as we will see, has a large number of islands just in the middle of it. Little rocky islands.
Called the Isole Borromeo, from the aristocratic family.
Jacopo, you went for a swim in these waters this morning, didn't you?
Yeah.
Stresa, what was the temperature like? Was it acceptable?
It was you could survive, let's say that.
Oh, I'm glad about that. How many minutes did you manage before you were forced down?
I was there, but I would say like 10 minutes maybe. So.
Oh, 10 minutes?
Yeah,
okay.
but I'm definitely suffering way more the heat, as you well know,
yeah,
rather than the cold. So I don't think I can count as a standard, you know, for this kind of measurement.
Yeah, a normal human being would have possibly lasted 30 seconds.
But it was refreshing, and unfortunately, on the Lake Maggiore, not every spot is okay or allowed to swim, because many of the places features a port or a little harbor or a little what we call a passerella, where all the boats can arrive, because it's as well like a lot of people commute between the two sides of the Lake Maggiore via boats.
Yeah. Yeah. Just looking out of our commentary position here, we can see the lake just being crisscrossed by little passenger ferries, little privately owned little boats. It's a busy scene, but also a very peaceful scene. And stunningly beautiful.
Almost as this breakaway till now. There was never a sign of any riders skipping turns.
No.
No discussion, nobody was overly gesticulating, annoyed by the attitude of another rider.
Yeah, we've had no Giulio Ciccone hand gestures, have we, so far in this breakaway group?
Not at all.
And there's no Giulio Ciccone. Maybe that's the reason why.
But Bittiol could be as well replace him in a way.
Yeah, he could step in to fill the gap.
Shoot.
Yeah, it's been very harmonious, which is unusual for a group this big as well. 15 riders, that normal wisdom suggests that's quite difficult to manage, and because it's quite easy for riders to hide and shirk the work a little bit, and that gets noticed by some of the other riders, and that's when you start to get these little arguments that break out in a group this big, but we've just not seen any of that. Larry Warbass flicks the elbow.
It's Axel Hoons. Sorry, it's Jacobs. Misread the number. It's definitely summer today in Italy, almost 30 degrees. The more and more we go in, the more the riders are pouring water over themselves. As the gap is still growing, almost 11 minutes now.
Well, Polti Visit Malta will hope that these predicted attacks from some of these riders don't happen until they're through the intermediate sprint, because Diego Sevilla will definitely be targeting the 12 points in the intermediate sprint to move himself a little bit closer to his rival Emanuele Tarozzi in the overall standings of the intermediate sprint classification.
Yeah, or they might as well be them initiated the move, and in order to gain some ground over the rivals.
Incredible, isn't it, that bit of information there of Stephen Roach's first win at the Giro d'Italia, the Poggio di San Remo downhill time trial. Unimaginable, isn't it?
I wonder if they race with the TT bikes or something of some sort.
Johan Pres Pedersen, the last rider in the peloton. A teammate of his up the road, of course, the youngest rider in the breakaway at just 23 years of age, Francesco Bussato. So Alpecin Premier Tech have fulfilled their obligation to place a rider in a breakaway on a day that everybody suspected would be a day when the breakaway would be allowed to contest a stage victory. Net company Ineos, though, don't have any representation here, and it's not going to be Filippo Ganna's day, which will be disappointing for the young riders of the Filippo Ganna Academy, who've got a little setup here at the finish line, waiting to greet their hero.
Yeah, they've been granted a nice slot here at the finish line. Top Ganna, the fan club of people.
That's quite a good nickname, isn't it, Top Ganna? It's better than the Flamingo.
And also he has a wild boar that also matches with our people racing.
So is that another nickname? Is he Il Cinghiale as well?
No, just Top Ganna.
No, because most Italian riders tend to have, they pick an animal, don't they? Whether it's a shark or a bull or a bison.
No, it's actually just Nibali with the shark, because he's come from Messina. And does
You got the bull of Buia.
No, it was it's not in Italian.
Nizzolo was an animal as well?
No, was he?
It's the bison.
No, I don't think. I think
I'll get the evidence for you.
Okay, because I never heard some sort of this. There was some nickname like for De Marchi, which is from Buia as well as Milan, but Il Rosso di Buia, the red of Buia, because of his
red hair.
Yeah, exactly.
Getting closer now. 5 kilometers to go. Almost 11 minutes now, the time gap. Jasper Stuyven slips to the back of this big breakaway group of riders who, up until this point, have been sharing the work evenly and working extremely well together. All that is surely about to change, because it has to start changing. We're very, very close now to the beginning of the first categorised climb. 23.7 kilometres is when the Cat 4 climb of Bienal begins. Just over 13 kilometres from now is when the first climb begins.
I think after such a warm day that, despite the huge gap, has been ridden at 50 per hour, it's going to be, there's the indication that the speed was incredibly high. 49.8, the average of the 3 hours of racing. They've done 150 kilometers in just a little bit, just 3 hours.
Yeah, I think this might be the first day where the race finishes local Italian time before 5 o'clock, which is the fastest schedule anticipated always. So it's going to be up on the fastest schedule. Of course, that'll be delayed a little bit by the slow arrival of the GC group. And it remains to be seen how much action there is from this GC group as they get close to the beginning of the climbs.
It's has to be seen who's got the legs, because the day was hard, you know, for a lot of riders because of the heat, but nonetheless they got the 2 previous stages in the legs, and fatigue is there, and it's not just about how strong you are, but also how well recovered you are from the previous days. They're about to enter the city of Stresa.
Time gap does go up to 11 minutes now. Just feast your eyes on these images, though, of the calm waters of Lake Maggiore. The backdrop to this fascinating slow burner of a stage. We had a really interesting opening hour of racing, which eventually produced this 15-rider group that snapped clear and gave themselves a chance of victory. As soon as the peloton sat up, they sat up very dramatically and signalled that they would not ride this breakaway down. So each of these riders, in their various different ways, will be thinking about how to get victory, either for their team or a teammate or for themselves. Michael Bier, for example, is one of these riders who is not supported by any teammate and at a slight disadvantage on the climbs to come compared to some of the other riders like Andreas Leknesund. He's going to have to be very, very smart and very, very strong to figure out a way of winning from this group. But you wouldn't rule it out at all. You could make a good case for lots of these riders, including the rider there whose backside we're looking at, Jasper Stuyven, cooling himself down. In really good form at this year's Giro d'Italia, racing the Giro for the first time as a Soudal Quick-Step rider. Mark Donovan, much more of a pure climber, not particularly renowned as a punchy rider, but he could be part of if Andreas Leknesund goes, for example, he could take a rider like Donovan at his very best with him.
2 kilometers from the intermediate sprint, a little bit fresher than before, just 1 degree less, because thanks to the influence of the water. But yeah, the climb itself is hard, and I think it's also going to be about who managed better the heat of today's stage, because you saw the image we just witnessed with the replay. There were riders really trying to cool themselves down, because it was a very, very demanding day. And imagine, they were never under a slight bit of shadow, because all day was in the fields of Piemonte, and there were never a moment where they were hidden themselves, you know, like when you have a climb, you have a woods or a forest. Today, basically the whole day they were under the sun. So the perception of the temperature was definitely higher than what was seen on the graphic.
So just a little reminder as we approach a sprint that the 12 points available for the winner, they count in 2 different classifications. One, as you've just seen on your screen, is the Maglia Ciclamino. None of these riders are serious Maglia Ciclamino contenders, so that's of less relevance. But they also count in the intermediate sprints classification, which is just for the intermediate sprints. And the only rider really with something at stake there is Diego Sevilla, who's in joint second place as we pass by the Villa Pallavicino that I ran past this morning. It's absolutely stunning. Undergoing renovations at the time, but overlooking Lake Maggiore as they head into Stresa now. 600 meters to go, and you see Mirko Maestri is moving Diego Sevilla up down the white line in the middle of the road. The two Polti Visit Malta riders, they might not get this all their own way. It might be that other riders might get involved in the mix, but Diego Sevilla will be hoping that he can just come off the wheel of Mirko Maestri and take those 12 points. Busato's picked his wheel though.
And if it's going to be a sprint, it's going to be the perfect moment for somebody else to launch an attack.
Busato doesn't look like he's going to try and deny Diego Sevilla that option. So it should be Diego Sevilla's 12 points. At the sprint, it is. So he adds 12 points to his tally and moves that bit closer to Manuele Tarozzi. So we've got about 6 kilometers to go until the start of the Bieno climb when they come off this, this lakeside road. And still no attacks, still no long-range attacks. They might come on the first climb, though. It's not particularly steep or hard. It's only 2.5 kilometers long, and the average is only 5.5%.
Yeah, there was the possibilities we were expecting from the riders, some less punchy riders such Mikkel Bjerg or even Mirko Maestri or Marco Sulga going off on the attack much earlier than the other ones and not waiting for the final climb. But till now, that's not the case. The collaboration is still there, still leveling. Also, probably the speed is so high today that nobody's really willing to try something because it's too hard to move. Yeah, because they're riding 50 per hour the whole day.
Yeah. How do you attack off 50 kilometers an hour? The gradient might change that, so they are waiting for the climbs. My word, look at Isola Bella.
It's couldn't be any better name. Bella means beautiful. So it's a very on point. There was Lays right in front of Stresa.
Is that all privately owned, or is it possible to visit that? Can you get a boat just across? And
I think people living in there, so there is a boat to get across.
Yeah. Those gardens are just like something from a children's fairy tale, aren't they?
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. .360-degree views as well of Lake Maggiore from the island in the middle. There's a few tourists wandering around. Nice time of year to come to Lake Maggiore. It's not cluttered up with tourists. I should imagine later on in the summer it would be very busy here. There you go, Jacopo. That could have been you in a different life.
Yeah. But we have to live this one, so...
So, confirmation that Diego Sevilla got himself 12 points. Busato on his wheel with 8. Jasper Stuyven crossed the line in 3rd place and picked up 5 points.
Kilometers are ticking, and as well the fatigue is going to be very much present in the legs of the riders.
It's going to be so interesting to see how Tonarts fares. Big day out for him yesterday. A big rider from Lotto Intermarché who just completely outshone himself on that climb, surviving with that selection and then sprinting to a 2nd place on the stage. Will he be able to survive the climb again today?
Another one of the Isole Borromeo.
Perch is a big part of the diet around here in restaurants. Freshwater fish from Lake Maggiore itself.
I wouldn't mind a tiny duplex in there, without having the big mansion.
Can you imagine no cars as well, just everyone wandering around, no noisy cars ruining it for everybody. 30k to go for the front of the race, 40k to go for the peloton. There are now 10 kilometers separating the front and the back. As Michael Pierre ominously drops to the back of this group. Watch out for him now. Certainly there's a little bit of wariness, I think, from Josh Kench, who'd noticed that Michael Pierre isn't going through anymore. Surely the Dane is planning a long-range move, and it might be him that kicks all this off.
Yeah, to be seen, because I just saw the car, team car moving up. He might as well just been calling for a refuelment. But yeah, it's if I would pick one name to go on the attack early, that would be him, as well as Johan Jacobs. This duo of riders very similar. They've been talented time trialists. That doesn't feature a very punchy attacks. So I would go as as early as possible if I would be them. The clock is ticking. We're getting closer and closer to the beginning of the two climbs to Bieno. The first one is not very hard. It's just a 4% climb, very steady, and also nice roads. But after that, it's going to be just a brief descent heading into the Red Bull kilometer, and the second climb to Unjaska, much harder. Features,
sorry, Jacopo, about 5 kilometers to go until the foot of the Bieno climb.
Seems like everybody seems like happy to be going into the climb all together. As the Alps appearing as a background for today's stage. Just in a couple of days we climbed it from, I think one day actually, yesterday we were at the seaside of Imperia, and we're now in the Alps, almost near to Swiss.
Mirko Maestri shaking out his fingers just to get a little bit more sensation. Josh Kench on the front. Alberto Pettiol. A very strong-looking Jasper Stuyven. I think this is his 3rd or 4th breakaway to go with his second-place finish in Napoli behind Davide Ballerini. Michael Pierre rolls through to the front, doing a slightly shorter turn now. Each of these riders keeping these pace lines rolling. Donards preparing to do battle. Andreas Letnesson. So it could be that we wait until the second of the climbs to Unjaska before the real action happens. But Verbania is an absolute gem of a place. Places that is almost unreal. You get here and you think you're on a film set rather than a real place, but it does exist, and it's here, and it's where the race is heading right now. The most recent winner here, Philippe Gilbert, the winner of Lombardia as well, which of course starts at the Great Lakes of northern Italy, Lake Como, taking on some of these climbs that you see around these lakes. Very calm waters, very little breeze here. What breeze it is coming from the south. Lovely warm breeze, keeping the average speed of today's race incredibly high as the riders approach this first of the 2 categorized climbs. And the average speed of the race still 50 kilometers an hour, heading towards the first of the climbs. There they are, the 15 riders, still together. Nobody has risked an attack just yet. A couple of K to go then to the foot of Bieno. And it's a little turn off to the left, isn't it, that we've got to look out for here. Although the road is roughly the same width, isn't it? It's not like they're turning onto a little mountain, single track road.
Yes.
2K to go. And still they work together. Bettiol, Kench, Johan Jacobs and Axel Luhans of Groupama FDJ. Mark Donovan in the black of Pinarello Q36.5. Michael Valgren. All of these riders will fancy their chances. You can construct a case that lands all of them with the stage win, just about. Varying degrees of experience. Mikkel Bjerg and Jasper Stuyven. Alberto Bettiol, massively experienced, of course. Josh Kench on a total journey of discovery, but I don't think we know, don't think he knows what he might be capable of here. 25 kilometers to go for the 15 at the front of the race. And Bjerg needs support from his team car.
Yep, going to be soon at the start of the climb, 1 kilometer only. They're going to be turning right on a roundabout before heading left. Is a gentle swept, it's not a tight corner or anything. The road itself on the climb is very large, at least at the beginning.
In the meantime, Bahrain Victorians will be approaching 35 kilometers to go. They're 10 kilometers back.
There is it. You see a little bit on, it was briefly on the camera on left of the screen. But soon they're gonna be leaving this road, this very road, heading right, and almost immediately going left.
So the countdown is on. It's been flat, pretty much uninterruptedly ever since this breakaway got away. And now the climbing begins, this back-loaded stage. Designed for all the action in the final 25 kilometers. Well, we've reached that point now. 189 in total. The next 24 kilometers are going to be where the race gets decided. The peloton gifting the escapees, the breakaway, the opportunity to ride for a stage win, which 14 of these 15 riders have never done in their career. Only one of these riders knows what it's like to win a stage of the Giro d'Italia, but even that was 5 years ago. And that man is Alberto Bettiol, who's one of the first then to move towards the front. Right at the back, though, and how much pressure is he going to come under, the big figure of the Belgian Toonaards?
To be seen who's going to go first on the attack and try to distance the other riders. So Alberto Bettiol taking one final gel.
Will it be on this climb, or will they wait to do battle on the Unjaska climb? Sevilla interested in King of the Mountains points. If this race stays together, if there's no attacks on this climb, then he might stand a chance of picking up a further 3 points in the King of the Mountains. 2K to go, 400 meters done.
It's getting tactical at this point. Nobody's really want to do the pace at the front.
Marcus Hulgaard has moved to the front, the teammate of Andreas Leknesund. And it might become clear as well which Groupama FDJ rider is working on the front. And I think it's Kench, isn't it? So
or maybe Jacobs by the style. Yeah, yeah, is it?
It is Johan Jacobs. So that eliminates, I think, one rider from the trio who we know now where the seniority lies, but we don't really know whether it's Axel Huens or Josh Kench. Probably Axel Huens, who would be the protected rider from Groupama FDJ. If you think you know who's going to win, which would be very impressive from this 15-rider group, then scan your QR code and enter your tip for stage victory on stage 13, because you might as well just stick a pin in the list of 15 riders in this breakaway. It's that difficult to work out how this might play out. The only thing you know for sure is that one of these riders is going to win, and the breakaway is going to get to the line with a huge lead of, at the moment, 11.5 minutes. Looks like this climb's going to be fairly neutral, Jacopo.
Yeah, for the moment, it doesn't look like anybody has the will to try something. It also is not the most steep one or long, so I think for them it's like you better have an armistice at the moment and waiting later on. We don't know how much energy are left in the tank for the rider. That's why probably we haven't witnessed many attacks, because you need to be feeling good and be very self-confident to go on the attack. And I guess the day was very hard on the rider. A lot of today was fast. It was under the sun, and it was the very first day with the heat. So I think there's a question mark for a lot of them if the situation is so calm like it is now.
Diego Sevilla trying to move up a little bit closer to the front. Nicola Maestri alongside him will play his part as well. Valgren just shutting the road on the Spanish rider from Polti Visit Malta.
And to get a bit.
Sonia on the side of the road, so that explains that slight deviation there from Michael Valgren to get a bead on from the side of the road. But Johan Jacobs is setting a very steady pace here.
Yeah, he set the pace, so nobody's going on the attack for the moment.
Mikkel Bjerg looks like he's suffering already, Jacopo. He's unzipped, he's at the back. I think the heat is getting to Mikkel Bjerg.
It is hot. It is been a very dramatic day regarding the temperature they've been riding on, and as we said, there was never a moment they were sheltered by some trees or anything, so they were under the sun the whole day. So still Jacobs at the front, followed by Hulgaard, Varbasse, Bettiol and Valgren. The first position of this breakaway. It's Marcus Hulgaard on the radio, left his spot. Don't know if you want to move back for a reason.
It's a big rider, physically imposing figure is the Norwegian. Larry Warbus don't want to do any work on the front, so Johan Jacobs is left there on his own. Warbus drops a little bit. Sevilla moving closer to the front.
I think nobody, both Hulgaard and Varbasse, they felt it was about time to get at the front. They didn't want to spend energy. I think that was the reason why they stopped doing so, as Diego Sevilla, while riding, is moving himself at the front, is gonna try to get the maximum point. There are just 3 points available, but nonetheless, there goes on his tally in the KOM classification.
He hasn't scored any King of the Mountains points for ages in this race. And he narrows the gap ever so slightly to the rider in the blue jersey, Jonas Vingegaard. He's got an outside chance of scoring more points at the Unjaska climb, which is a Cat 3 climb. But for now, Diego Sevilla will pick up 3 more points at the top of Bieno. And then there's a short descent. Only a couple of kilometres before a much longer climb in the Red Bull kilometre of Unjaska.
So Sevilla, Jacobs and Maestri, the first 3 riders crossing the line, the 4th category climb of Bieno. The descent is very short, not very steep as well.
I think Diego Sevilla does enough here just to hold off Johan Jacobs. Not by much, but he does get those that wheel over the line in first place and picks up 3 points. So no attacks on the descent at the moment. Sevilla finding himself on the fronts.
Bettiol very active, very present at the front. He doesn't want to miss the chance for some tactical strategy, so he's placed himself at the front. We see somebody is going to launch an attack from there. Here's the peloton, as we predicted. They want to replacing themselves at the for the foot of the climb. It's not going to be a frantic speed, but nonetheless, all the teams with featuring a GC contenders, will want to placing themselves at the front. It's not overly small or dangerous road, so. 2 kilometers till the bottom of Unjaska climb.
20 kilometers to go of this bike race. And it's a real stalemate at the front. Nobody, no extravagant long-range attacks. Nobody really taking it on yet. But surely the Unjaska climb is going to produce the attacks. It has to. Too many riders here won't want to come to the line with anybody. They want to find the opportunity to win solo. As 4 or 5 distinct teams now ride on the front to position their GC riders in the best possible shape as they now also approach the climb to Bieno, passing through Streza themselves.
Red Bull kilometer is getting closer for the front of the race, as it's going to mark the beginning of the climb.
Jonathan Milan looks around and checks behind him. Tim Ton Teutenberg and Derek G. West isn't too far behind.
Still a long way for the peloton to reach the foot of the climb to Bieno.
Meanwhile, this is where the action is. I think it's still Jakob setting the pace on the front. Bettiol on his wheel. That's it, all the descending is done for now. $2K to go to the Red Bull kilometre.
I sense some fatigue in the riders here at the front, as nobody really was willing to do anything at the climb. Maybe also was not, you know, the right percentage, the right slopes, or the right distance from the finish, but it felt like everybody's a little bit unsecure and what is left in the tank for them. So that's why maybe we haven't seen any attacks coming.
And it's a good job, Jacopo. There's a rider like Johan Jacobs here, with a team that got 3 riders of those 15 who's actually prepared to sit on the front and keep the pace quite high. If there was no Jacobs doing that sort of a job, it would be much more chaotic. On to the final categorised climb of the day, Unjaska climb. Ponte Visit Malta riders right at the back. Very much doubt whether Diego Sevilla will be scoring any more King of the Mountains points at the top of this climb. 4.7 kilometres in length. The average is 7.1%. It's a harder climb, it's got steeper slopes, and the last 2 kilometres are very steep indeed.
And it's Axel Hoons launching immediately an attack with Josh Kench on his wheel. As
Jacob's work is done for the day. He drops away, and Mirko Maestri is the rider in the front who's under pressure at the back of this group.
This is a totally different climb than it was before. Much harder, much steeper.
Bettiol on the wheel of the Kiwi from Groupama FDJ United. Then comes Valgren, Leknesund, Steven, Busato. Hulgaard is still there. Turn Arts still holding on.
Mikel Bjergo, as you correctly spotted, looked like it's a bit of distress for him. He was drifting back a little bit. So Josh Kench is the dedicated leader for today's stage, as Axel Hoons has accelerated at the front, heading into the Red Bull kilometer soon. Won't be contested, I assume, but to be seen, because here they're racing for the victory. This is the only moment where it goes down a little bit before picking up, and the last 2 kilometer and a half are the hardest, because it's going to be a very severe percentage.
What a moment this is for Josh Kench. His first year as a World Tour pro, Kiwi rider, his first ever Giro d'Italia, his first ever Grand Tour, his first ever 3-week stage race. And on stage 13, he's got the young Frenchman working for him. Johan Jacobs has already done a lot of work for him. And he sits there on the wheel, waiting for the steeper slopes, waiting to attack this, this group of escapees, which is stacked with talent. He would never in his career have been in a position like this. This is a massive leap up on any race situation he's found himself in to this point.
Yeah, and as you may, I think the 4 riders seated behind Josh Kench are the most dangerous. Bettiol, Valgren,
yep.
Leknesund and Stuyven. Possibly the 4 with the most experience among the breakaway, but they're all for different reasons, very dangerous.
They need to think about Busato as well and getting rid of him, and let alone Toon Arts, who we know packs a ferocious sprint. We learned that yesterday. But the attacks haven't begun yet, as Axel Hoons now sets this pace, increasing the pace now. 3 kilometres from the top of Unjaska climb. Nobody yet to make a move, but it's Groupama FDJ United who are dictating the tactics, both on the previous climb of Bieno and here in Unjaska.
And now he starts to pick us up the climb. It's where the moment...
Bjerg's in difficulty. Bike length or 2 has opened up to Mirko Maestri at the back, and Warbas and Bjerg are being dropped. So that's a couple of dangerous riders out of the equation.
So Bettiol moving a little bit further up. Not the day for Mikel Bjerg or Larry Warbas.
That's a huge ride from Axel Hoons, from the young Frenchman. He looks round, sees what kind of damage he's done. And there's another little split there as Turns is under pressure. Marcus Hulgaard dropping. Diego Sevilla.
Donovan
as well as Mirko Maestri. Little gap opens up. Busato is the last rider in that selection, or pre-selection, of 7 riders from the original 15. Toon Arts coming back.
Yeah, he has some brief moment where he was suffering, but he managed himself to be back in contention. To be seen when Josh Kench is going to launch an attack. That's what we assume, as Axel Hoons is about to finish his job.
Valgren looking super composed on the wheel of Alberto Bettiol. Josh Kench, though, gearing up. Maybe that's it. Axel Hoons flicks his elbow, and Josh Kench, then, the young Kiwi rider, on the remaining 2.5 kilometers of this steep slope, where it gets harder and harder, is going to try and use those climbing legs. The best paced rider in the general classification in this group brings a group of 3 riders with him: Alberto Bettiol, Michael Valgren and Andreas Leknesund. That is it. A lot of damage done, those. Donovan scrambles past Steven Toon Aerts and Francesco Busato. Wow.
It was too hard for Steven Aerts and Busato. At least he had eliminated some riders, but 2 very fast finishers with Bettiol and Valgren are still in contention. There is a sign of pain also on their face, so Josh Kench has just one thing to be doing, and he's just continuing the pace and hoping they can be in distance. Bettiol showing some real suffering on a face.
Valgren's still looking very good, though, isn't he? Andreas Leknesund always looks like he's in difficulty, but they're all holding the wheel of Josh Kench for now. Kench has to drop these riders. He can't take any of them to the line with him. I think he knows that. Has he got the legs, though? He's still got those 2 kilometers to work with, but he just slows up a little bit, and that might be an opportunity for Mark Donovan to get across as well to the front of the race.
And it won't be over after the climb, because also if Toon Aerts, Jasper Stuyven and Francesco Busato manage to keep them at distance, you know, on a close distance, they might as well coming back in the descent.
Aerts, Stuyven, Busato, Sevilla.
Bettiol now riding at the front.
Kench alongside him.
I think he wants to impose his rhythm, because I think he was a bit suffering in there. They need to eliminate the Italian and as well Valgren, because Josh Kench and Leknesund much lesser capable in the sprint than the other 2 riders. What a ride by the Kiwi.
Fantastic ride.
1.7. The meters are ticking before they're going to reach the top. There are mighty 40% some parts in the last kilometer, so it's yet to be settled and done.
Diego Sevilla with Busato. Toon Aerts suffering. The big man from Lotto Intermarché and Jasper Stuyven. Andreas Leknesund now attacks that group right at the front. Leknesund using the remaining 1.5 kilometers to try and make the difference and go clear. And he's opening up a gap. Bettiol responds. Kench in difficulty now. And Michael Valgren not able to come past the Kiwi rider. This is a big move from the Norwegian national champ, but Bettiol is responding.
And he's not far off. Let's not forget, it's not the finish. It won't be on the top, but it's going to be a descent where Alberto Bettiol and all the others might be as well rejoining the Norwegian as he open up a little gap on him. Probably not big enough.
Keeps looking around and checking. Leknesund now commits, though, and he's gaining a bit of daylight between him and Alberto Bettiol. Kench is bringing Michael Valgren back to the Italian bit by bit as Andreas Leknesund opens up a wider and wider gap. What kind of advantage can he take over the top of the climb? Will that in itself be a race-winning advantage? Because Leknesund at the moment is riding out of sight.
Bettiol, the first rider down the road, chasing the Norwegian champion. And a little bit down the road, there's Josh Kench and Valgren conceding a little bit more meters. There are the 2 riders, the Kiwi and the Dane, but the gap is not yet too big for Bettiol to be closing. Still 1 kilometer though till the top of the climb to Unjaska.
Leknesund has to make this last kilometer of the climb work for him. He's got to put so much distance between him and Alberto Bettiol that even with the long descents down to the coast of Lake Maggiore, Bettiol can't come back. 1K to go for Andreas Leknesund. Looks round, keeps checking, wants to gauge that distance. How much effort has he got left? Bettiol is digging in here and is not too far behind and is coming with a charge potentially back to Leknesund.
Yeah, he hasn't cracked yet, the Italian, and
far from it.
Yeah,
he's
and
making progress.
If this is the gap to the Norwegian, he has more than a chance to go for the victory, as he can feature a very good sprint, the Italian Alberto Bettiol. At the back, it seems like Josh Kench is conceding some ground of Valgren, but they're more down the road, and there are just about 5-6 seconds in between the leader of the race, Andreas Leknesund, and Alberto Bettiol.
Just a couple of seconds there, Bettiol, to make up on Leknesund. Leknesund at the moment just maintaining that gap, but Bettiol is battling on. One glance to see what's happening behind, where Kench and Valgren are losing contact with the front 2. And Bettiol, who was gaining on Leknesund, I think has just slipped a few more bike lengths. Still very much in it, though. 700 meters of this long, steep climb to go.
He always keeping the same distance, and this is a closable, in a way, distance, you know, like a bridgeable very easily for in the descent for Alberto Bettiol.
At the moment, Andreas Leknesund is doing to Alberto Bettiol what Jonathan Narvaez did to him on the Fermo stage. Just keeping him at around about 5 seconds. Bettiol working so hard to try and close the gap. If he holds it at this kind of gap, he's got a very good chance of getting onto the wheel of Andreas Leknesund and then taking his chances in a sprint à deux. And he is coming back, Alberto Bettiol. And Leknesund is beginning to look a little bit ragged on the bike. Uncomfortable Leknesund. He made a big investment in trying to get clear of Bettiol, and Bettiol didn't immediately respond, has found his rhythm, riding a very, very high cadence in a small gear. Leknesund turning a much bigger gear out of the saddle. Two completely contrasting pedal strokes towards the top of this climb, and still 400 meters remain.
Bettiol looks very good at the back. It seems like he managed better the effort in this climb to Unjaska. They're just about to get on the top of it. And I think in a couple of corners, Bettiol are going to be able to rejoin Leknesund.
Leknesund keeps, it's a totally different effort from Andreas Leknesund. He keeps sitting down, standing up around this hairpin, another steep gradient. It looks uncomfortable, but it's effective, and Bettiol has economized his response and is just watchful and wary of that Norwegian champions jersey. Keeps him in vision, keeps that distance constant. Knows that if he only takes, what, these 8-10 bike lengths of a gap over the top of the climb, then he's got every chance on the descent of getting across to Leknesund, or even on the climb. A big, big, big acceleration from Alberto Bettiol, looking for room on the right-hand side, and the Italian goes clear. He breaks Andreas Leknesund towards the top of the climb, and it's Bettiol now who turns table on Andreas Leknesund, and that might be the race-winning move. Heartbreaking for Leknesund, as in the last 200 meters of this brutal little climb outside Lake Maggiore, Alberto Bettiol, as he does so often in the past, produces form that he has not shown for a year and a half. Alberto Bettiol, that might be it. Yeah. Look at Leknesund now, he looks beaten.
He just powered away from Leknesund. I think Bettiol was just managing his effort, and probably Leknesund went too deep. Look how far he's already Bettiol from Leknesund, and now he has a brief moment of false flat on the top of this plateau where he can gain even more time, as Josh Kench is the third on the line, approaching the crest of this climb as with Valgren. They might have a chance to rejoin Leknesund, but it looks like it's going to be game over, and Bettiol is far ahead of everybody else.
Mark Donovan will be the fifth rider over the line. What a performance from Josh Kench behind, though. As you say, Leknesund might find that he's got company fairly soon with Valgren and Kench. But the rider in blue has disappeared out of sight and under those trees and onto the descent. 12.6 kilometers to go for Alberto Bettiol. And surely if he keeps this upright, this is a coronation. I can't see another group getting back to Alberto Bettiol, not on this kind of form. What a brilliantly calibrated and paced climb. He didn't respond, did he, to that initial acceleration from Leknesund?
And he overtook the Norwegian national champion just twice the speed. And at the very top, like Leknesund, I think he just got morally destroyed by Bettiol by this attack, because once he was on top, he was really standing still compared to the Italian. Look from
violent acceleration from Bettiol. It's here for the first time. He did all that climb seated, gets out of the saddle there, and it's literally a sprint. 150 meters, maybe 200 maximum, all the way to the top of that climb. And the amount of time he takes just in those last 100 meters of the climb, enormous. And as you say, Jacopo, I think the psychological damage for Leknesund is just as serious as the physical difficulty he was in.
Yeah, 19 seconds now, and we kept saying the whole day Alberto Bettiol was one of the favorite, and you know, it's a rider can produce fantastic performances, and sometimes it's been inconsistent, but when he does the things right, boy, is he good. When he goes on the attack like this, it's just a pleasure to be watched and commentating on.
Leknesund still on his own in second place on this descent, 19 seconds behind Alberto Bettiol, this man who, well, I think this will be his potentially his third second place stage finish in his life at the Giro d'Italia. It's almost as if Leknesund wants this too much. He bit off just a little bit more than he could chew on that climb, and Bettiol, with all that nous, all that experience, all that racecraft, and all that history of winning big bike races when he really targets them, just paced that climb perfectly in response. 11k to go.
And Bettiol is also a very good descender as well. So here, just a little recap where we just witnessed Bettiol, Leknes, Kench and Valgren, the first 4 riders, cresting the top of the climb to Unjaska. The peloton then, also on the very same climb, very composed and almost on a controlled pace for the riders.
Yeah, looks very much like there's going to be no GC action at all today. There's some of the heavier riders just drop off, including Filippo Ganna. Not going to be his day in Verbania.
Nonetheless, he's going to enjoy some time with the fan club.
They've just caught sight of him, actually, the Filippo Ganna Academy. They've got a big screen in front of them, and they just broke into spontaneous applause. They would have loved to have seen a victory from Filippo Ganna today. But not to be. It's not that he didn't try. He tried 3 times to get in the breakaway. But each time he tried, half the peloton came with him. As we look at the comparison, Andreas Leknesson is doing a very good descent as well. Not losing any time to Alberto Bettiol, and look how much Alberto Bettiol is attacking this descent.
Yeah, it's a very good descent, very large and wide corners.
Yeah, it's not overly technical, is it? It's just a high-speed descent.
Neoprene also for Bettiol is in prime position to take this home with a 3rd victory for XDS Astana. The team is dominating with the stage hunters this Giro d'Italia. Stage victory for Thomas Silva, another one for Bettiol, and now it all look like it's going to be in favor of Alberto Bettiol. Very successful team, always on the road of Giro d'Italia, XDS Astana.
Thomas Silva in Bulgaria, Davide Ballerini in Naples, Alberto Bettiol in Lake Maggiore. 3 different winning riders potentially from XDS Astana. And now, this close from home, all Alberto Bettiol needs to do is not make any any mistakes. He hasn't made a single mistake today. A brilliant performance from Alberto Bettiol, and he's 8.7 kilometers from victory, unopposed, and he might well be able in the finishing few hundred meters to sit up, freewheel and enjoy this moment, because it is a real landmark stage finish as well here. One of the most picturesque in the entire Giro d'Italia in this 109th edition. 5 years have passed since he last raised his arms at the Giro d'Italia. Your chance, though, to try and pick the most combative rider of the day. Not necessarily going to be Alberto Bettiol. There's a few different candidates today. You could even make a case for Filippo Ganna or Jonathan Milan earlier on in today's stage. And how about Josh Kench? He might be worth a nomination, but that's up to you. It's a public vote for who wears the red Dossard number tomorrow.
Very good descending skill from Alberto Bettiol, which is now at the bottom of the climb, the descent. It's going to be just gently rolling down now the road.
He's taking this all the way to the line, isn't he? No let up from Alberto Bettiol. Andreas Leknesson, if those time gaps are accurate, is doing a very good descent as well. Not making any inroads to Alberto Bettiol, but not losing any time. He's not too far behind Leknesson, actually.
But totally a different speed, or also the way Leknesson is pushing on the pedal, it made it look completely different. Look how effective, how stylish is Alberto Bettiol when he's pushing on the pedal. It made it look effortless.
Well, what a puzzling rider Alberto Bettiol can be down the years. A long, long time has passed since he last rode to victory in France at the Mayenne race. Year and a half of racing, and then out of nowhere he produces a performance like this. He is something of a mercurial mystery, Alberto Bettiol, but when he's at his best, he's very, very good indeed. There are a few riders who could do this. That was a very, very strong 15-rider group, and he has blown them apart with an absolutely brilliant climb of Unjaska, where he made the difference. And this big crowd, it's only going to get bigger as he approaches the finish line now. Going to celebrate another Italian stage victory. And it's been XDS Astana who've been producing the Italian victories, not Little Trek with Ciccone and Jonathan Milan. Instead, it's XDS Astana with Davide Ballerini and now Alberto Bettiol. 6k from victory. Oh,
That was a very big
speed bump.
Yeah.
Came without warning for Alberto Bettiol. Andreas Leknesson knows about it.
He didn't expect to be so high. Almost lose control of the handlebar. Luckily, no damage done for Alberto Bettiol as he sees Verbania ahead of him. Still pushing us. Same gap hasn't changed over the last 5 kilometers till the top of the climb.
Wow, this is vintage Bettiol.
Yeah, when he does good. He's going to be entering now the last 5 kilometers of the stage.
His highest placing in any stage of this year's Giro d'Italia was yesterday when he was in that selection of riders. He finished in 36th place there and slightly better off in the individual time trial. But he was only 32nd. This is the speed bump. So he lifted his back wheel quite a long way off the ground.
Yeah, luckily didn't lose a grip on the handlebars, on the levers, because without gloves, you know, if you have slippery hands, maybe spark a crash. But all good for Bettiol as he's gonna cross the river and rejoining the city of Verbania. They're now under the municipality of Intra. But not many corners after this bridge. Is going to be just a roundabout like heading right before joining the last kilometer, the last rear corner. But it looks all straightforward for the Italian. And what a disappointment for this man.
Again.
Yet another time second in this very Giro d'Italia.
This is what these last 3 kilometers look like. It's just vaguely up and down, but pretty much flat.
Yeah, Bettiol, it looked like he was getting into the best shape in the stage of Chiavari. He was there for domestic duties for Ulissi and Scaroni, but he was nonetheless able to slot himself into the breakaway, so there was a good indication that the legs were good. And today, the confirmation, they are indeed very good. Soon the bridge to cross the river and heading into the city of Verbania. Gap hasn't changed, 19 seconds over Leknesund.
And our Italian colleagues alongside us in the commentary booth there, they start to lift the volume as they anticipate calling home a big, popular superstar of Italian racing. Leknesund having to settle for a third career second place at the Giro d'Italia, a story which for him began back in 2023 when he finished second to Valentin Paré-Peintre on stage 4 of that year's, Aurélien Paré-Peintre of that year's race. And it's going to be heartbreaking, this sequence, for Andreas Leknesund, who's tried so hard every day to get in a breakaway. Features every other day, pretty much, in the day's breakaway. Alberto Bettiol has been a little bit more economical. Certainly in the first week, we barely saw him from XDS Astana, where he was outshone by his XDS teammate Thomas Silva, who took the first victory for XDS Astana. And then, of course, Davide Ballerini as well after that. Big cheer goes up here at the finish line as they're watching the same television pictures that you're seeing. 3 kilometers to go for the 32-year-old rider, Alberto Bettiol. After a long drought in which he hasn't scored a victory for a year and a half, this one is going to be one to savour.
And he's got still intact energy as he's approaching, gaining even a second over Leknesund, but even if he might be losing, his job done. It looked immediately from the top of the climb that he got better legs than Leknesund. He managed better his own effort, especially in the climb. And he found himself in the best possible position to take in this home. He's now reached the coastal line of the Lake Maggiore. Here back at the peloton as they about to cresting as well the climb to Unjasca. It's a very reduced bunch, but don't be fooled. It was not because of the race was up, but mere just saving energy.
Yeah, complete neutralisation of the general classification race today. As Damiano Caruso, Jack Haig and Sepp Kuss take their respective leaders over the top of the second and final categorised climb of the day, steep upper slopes, which were used to such brilliant effect by Alberto Bettiol, who crushed the life out of the hopes of Andreas Leknesund once more. He's lost a bit of time now on the descent and the flat approach as he accepts defeat to Alberto Bettiol. Leknesund, he'll roll in, hopefully in second place on his own, at 30 seconds behind Alberto Bettiol. We don't know where the other group are, Valgren and Kench, and whether they might come into the reckoning for second place on the stage, but there's absolutely no doubt about the winner. You're looking at him. And the light blue of XDS Astana, framed by the deep blue of Lake Maggiore and the light blue of the sky behind on this beautiful sunny afternoon here in northern Italy. And it's going to be quite a picture for Bettiol to hang in his house, to go alongside some of his biggest stage victories. Well, his other stage victory at the Giro d'Italia, and of course his win at the Tour of Flanders back in 2019.
Here is back with Jasper Stuyven and Mark Donovan. They rejoined both Kench and Weigren.
So the third group on the road, so 4 riders trying to hunt down Andreas Leknesund and try and steal second place off him.
But here's Bettiol, is about to enter the last kilometer. They're ready. It's going to follow the coastline of Verbania before entering the city center, where the finish line is placed. There's just going to be one corner for him, very easy to approach. And from here on, it's just going to be pretty much straightforward. 1 kilometer to go for Alberto Bettiol.
800 meters separate Alberto Bettiol from another notable victory. A performance of precision and power and cold blood. Alberto Bettiol pounces when it really matters. The Tuscan rider who grew up close to Siena in Strade Bianche land comes to Lake Maggiore and conquers it. And XDS Astana have produced another winning ride in this triumphant Giro d'Italia for the team from Kazakhstan. He knows he's won. He can enjoy this moment, and where better to celebrate for an Italian than in Italy's most beautiful setting here in Lake Maggiore. A surgical move that broke Andreas Leknesund, tore the race apart, and from that moment on, there was no other outcome possible than victory for Bettiol. Bettiol wins stage number 2 in his career. It's been a 5-year wait for him to do it again. For the man who wins big when he wins at all, and Bettiol does it again. Greeted with ecstasy by friends and family at the finish line, Alberto Bettiol has found the winning recipe once more for XDS Astana. And Andreas Leknesund, for the 3rd time in his career, has to settle for a 2nd place on a stage at the Giro. Unanswerable for Alberto Bettiol on this occasion.
What a ride by the Italian from Tuscany, for the joy of XDS Astana once more, as it looks like Stuyven might be coming home with yet another top position, 3rd place for him.
Yeah, he's collecting them now. The podium finishes on the stage. Jasper Stuyven getting the better of a group that contained Michael Valgren and Josh Kench. What a ride from him. And Mark Donovan as well, who picks up a top 10 on the Giro d'Italia stage. But they were all put into the shade by this man, Alberto Bettiol. Tries to cool himself down, but it's not the emotions. He's an emotional rider as well, Alberto Bettiol. It'll be fascinating to see what he has to say at the end of the stage. As the race director, Stefano Allocchio, is there to congratulate him as well. Bettiol, well known by the Italian cycling public, well known by the Italian sporting public. He's been a professional for over 12 years. This is his 13th year as Michael Bjerg's recovered somewhat to finish with a good top 10 placing all on his own.
Busato, Ugard, Sevilla and Barbasse for a top 10 finish. But what a ride by Alberto Bettiol. He managed to perfection the moment when Leknesund attacked. It seemed like he just got the best of him, but we soon realized that was not the right tempo, because Bettiol was always outside, and he produced an incredible acceleration in the last 100 meters of the climb. He overtake Leknesund twice the speed, and it cracked him over the crest of the climb to Unjaska and moved clear. He gained immediately 20 seconds, then he was not seen anymore from the Norwegian rider.
When he wins alone, doesn't he, Alberto Bettiol, always. But he did something on that climb today that I can't recall him doing before, Alberto Bettiol, because he didn't react to Andreas Leknesund's attack. It's normally his attack that wins the race. On this occasion, he wasn't the first rider to attack, and he had to play a very smart, cool game to bring himself back to Leknesund and respond to a big attack from another rider, and that normally isn't the way that he wins bike races. So I think he showed a different side and a very impressive side of his armory today in victory.
Yeah, he used also strategy and not just the pure strength to win this stage. He chooses the right momentum. He just waited for Leknesund to drop down the speed a little bit, and his third stage in the Giro d'Italia for Alberto Bettiol in his long career.
Blows a kiss to these summery skies in Lake Maggiore, crosses himself, and ex-DS Astana have done it again. 3 stage wins, 3 different riders, spell with the Maglia Rosa as well. They're having a fantastic Giro.
Yeah, this is actually a second, my bet. The very first one came in the province of Pavia, a similar day where he was able to drop everybody after a massive breakaway moved clear, and he was able to get rid of everybody else in the finale. He just used the pure strength, while today he also played out a very good move of chess in there when Leknesund went. He didn't respond, he just kept him at bay, and then eventually in the last 100 meters moved clear ahead of the Norwegian rider.
You see Alberto Bettiol race like that, it is puzzling after over 12 years in the professional peloton that he only now reached 9 victories. It makes no sense. But he's done it again, and he wins by 26 seconds to Andreas Leknesund. Stuyven again on the podium of the stage in a 4-rider group, beating Valgren, Donovan, Kench. Bjerg finishing alone in 7th. Bussato with the top 10 for the first time in 8th. Hulgaard and Sevilla also getting his name in the top 10 at the finish. Hats off to the man from Polti Visit Malta, who's had a good day in the breakaway, picking up further points in his classifications. And the big mountains by Lake Maggiore looking like they are artificial intelligence generated rather than real, but I can assure you that's real.
Yet another success for XDS Astana. Very successful beginning of the Giro d'Italia, already being able to get 3 victories. Stradella was the stage we were referring before in the province of Pavia.
And someone has counted the days over those 5 years. He's waited 1,821 days in between victories. That's quite a long wait, isn't it? Doesn't always race the Giro d'Italia.
There was also some nearly victories for Alberto Bettiol in more than one occasion. If you remember the one to Mende when it was Michael Matthews did something very similar to him.
Yes.
When Bettiol attacked him and
on a similar climb as well.
And then Michael Matthews was dropped by Bettiol eventually nearly on the top. Michael Matthews came back and dropped at the exactly, and we can hear from him.
Yep, this will be an interview to look forward to. Alberto Bettiol, he's an emotional rider on the bike and off the bike.
Alberto, we often say that you don't win often, but when you win big. Did you win big today because it was a long time since last time, or because of the way you won?
Today, in theory, I won already before the start because I had all my family here and my second family, because of course my girlfriend and all her family is from Verbania, so I consider Verbania my second house. And having all of them, my brother, my father, my mom, and all my really few people that always have been around me, it was already for me a victory. But winning like this is something I will bring forever with me, and doesn't matter if it was 2 years since I won, but if I win like this, I'm ready to win every 2 years.
Has it helped you to know the climb compared to the Norwegian rider who was in front of you?
Yes, as I told, I knew every single corner in the last 50K, because sometimes I train here, and actually I saw this climb couple of months ago with a bike, with a motorbike, and I saw several times the filming of the downhill, and I knew that the last K was really strong. I expect somebody like attack stronger from the climbers, because for me it's really at the limit this climb, but I knew that the shape was good, and also the fact that I knew the climb really helped me, and that's how I won.
Your first win for Astana, is it a relief?
Yeah, I'm so happy to have won finally with this jersey. I'm happy because Vino really believed in me 2 years ago, and he really wanted me in his team, and finally I pay him back. And I think in general all of my team, my teammates did a really amazing Giro so far. So I'm happy that I'm one of I can also put part of this amazing Giro d'Italia for us.
Complimenti.
Grazie.
Well, we talk about a third victory for XDS Astana. That's his first win in the colours of XDS Astana. Oh no, that's not fair. He joined in his first year. He had some victories. But that moment was, well, that was when the race was really won, wasn't it, Jacopo? A violent acceleration. He had so much power left on that climb.
He was just stronger and also tactic-wise much better than Leknesund. I think he underestimated Leknesund, the difficulty of the climb, because he really faded towards the end, and that's why I think Bettiol, as he said, his girlfriend from here, so probably he was here checking the parcours, and he has done everything right in the finale. I mean, he measured his effort perfectly, and when he launched it very good.
Yeah, I think you have to feel for Andreas Leknesund, don't you? He just wants this so much, Jacopo. He's wearing his heart on his sleeve, you say in English. You can see how much he wants it, and sometimes maybe he wants it a little bit too much and needs to be perhaps a little bit more tactical.
Yeah, because I think he tried so hard to get this victory that he overcooked himself, in the climb, and he's in shape. There is just one little thing, if you might notice, he was the second rider off the road today on the breakaway. Like Rojas went and then was Leknesund. So I mean, he spent a little bit extra kilometer compared to Bettiol. I don't think that was the game changer of the day. But nonetheless, if you sum up the whole days of Andreas Leknesund, I think.
Well, how many breakaways has he been
exactly, and he's definitely spent way more energy than Bettiol. But again, I think like when Bettiol is just put his eyes on the target, it's very hard to beat. So I think you don't have to take away anything from today's victory of Alberto Bettiol. He was just simply stronger than anybody else.
Class bike rider Alberto Bettiol. 2K to go for the peloton, a becalmed peloton. The first proper day off they've really had, I think, in this year's Giro, it's safe to say. And even then, the first hour of racing was pretty hard. That's a very small group, though, that's coming to the line. They didn't race the last couple of climbs, but plenty of riders took the opportunity just to fall away on those last climbs. All the GC top 10 riders will all be in this group, though, where Bahrain Victorious have control of the front with Damiano Caruso, and on the wheel, Afonso Eulalia.
Yeah, so we didn't have any doubt, but nonetheless, it's good to see that he's gonna be featuring again tomorrow at the start line with the jersey of Maglia Rosa as the leader.
Josh Kench is going to be rocketing up the general classification. 20 minutes and 20 seconds was his deficit. He finished the race around about 11 minutes ago, so and they've still got over a kilometre to roll in. He's going to be around about 7-8 minutes down in the general classification by the end of the day.
But nonetheless, a good jump. He's going to pay for this tomorrow, because he spent a lot of energy compared to the riders here in the peloton. But nonetheless, it was a good ride, and I think, he dared to attack, he dared to try and impose his own race. So chapeau to him, and to Groupama, they rode the way they had to do. They tried to reshuffle the things and try to distance Bettiol, but I think those riders were simply too strong for them.
It's a real show of confidence in Josh Kench that they actually rode for him as well. Axel Hoons and Johan Jacobs.
It's a good climber, and well for him that he was granted the chance of racing for himself today. I think they used a better card in Damiano Caruso rolling through the finish line with Alfonso Eulalia on his wheel, Tim Aresman, and Barstarak, Vestad, Barsten, Bernal, Vingegaard, all the remainings, Felix Gall, Pellizzari. So it's all good, all safe, and no major shake in the GC except for indeed Josh Kench rejoining or getting closer. Didn't gain much positions, but he got closer to the top 10.
The sun just starting to dip a little bit lower. Just gone 5 o'clock in the afternoon here in Lake Maggiore. These Borromeo Islands looking as inviting as they always do, and as exclusive as they obviously are. He was able to conserve a bit of energy today, despite actually at one point puncturing and needing a bike change quite early on. Took it easy, super relaxed. He's got a big day of racing. They all have, and so is this man tomorrow. Lost a little bit of his lead in the King of the Mountains competition, but only a tiny bit, so he is still condemned to wear blue. Jonas Vingegaard poised on the flank of the Maglia Rosa, perhaps tomorrow to take the jersey for the first time in his career. Certainly the parcours presents an opportunity for Jonas Vingegaard to do real damage in the general classification tomorrow. And what we don't know is where Afonso Eulalio will finish tomorrow on GC. But if he does crack and lose a bit of time, it won't be for want of trying. Hot day out in Piemonte, and no change in the general classification whatsoever.
Monte Rosa, the second highest mountain of Italy.
Just about visible through the heat haze, this slightly hazy sunshine. As a high pressure system was blown in, but you can still make out the massive snowy peaks of Monte Rosa in the distance. Looking down from there, you might be able to spot Lake Maggiore. Verbania, where we learned Alberto Bettiol's girlfriend lives. That's quite special. He must have said, "I'll win that stage."
Yeah.
The amount of pressure he must have put on his shoulders to deliver the victory in front of her family.
Some more riders reaching the finish line, as here is the moment when Bettiol launches this rocket attack to overcome Andreas Leknesund, leaving him really standing still on the road. What a heat on the morale for Leknesund that must have been when he saw Alberto Bettiol rocketing, empowering away. He opened up a gap of 19 seconds in just about 100 meters.
Got a little bit airborne on the run into the finish line in Verbania.
It is him reaching the finish line. Pure joy for the Italian. Second stage victory in his career in the Giro d'Italia.
Memories that he'll take away from his career that he'll never forget, of course. Remains to be seen how long Alberto Bettiol continues to race. He's only 32 years of age. He's got plenty of good years ahead of him. One more year on his XDS Astana contracts. And if he does want to renew with this team, winning this stage of the Giro won't have done his case any harm.
It was a very warm day today. The first day they experienced 30 degrees on the road, and it was a long run to reach the Verbania, because it was a long day in the fields of Alessandria, Vercelli and Novara before reaching the Lago Maggiore.
Let's just remind ourselves while we wait for the podium of the top 10. Leknesund again in second place for the third time in his career. Stuyven picking up another podium, heading home a group of 4 riders, including Valgren, Donovan and Kench, who picks up a first top 10 stage win at a Grand Tour. Mikkel Bjerg was 7th on his own. Bussato, Hulgaard and Diego Sevilla finished in a little group in the 10th position for Sevilla, who also won one of the categorized climbs and the intermediate sprints to improve his standings in both those classifications.
Basilica di San Vittore, the main church in Verbania.
And there he is, local hero, Filippo Ganna. Wasn't his day in the end. Verbania did have a local twist with the stage winner, Alberto Bettiol's girlfriend. And Bettiol targeting the win in Verbania on her behalf, but yeah. He's already got a stage win in the bank. The individual time trial Filippo Ganna would have been nice to add today, but difficult for him. He was a marked man in the opening phase of racing. Couldn't quite get clear, couldn't quite get in the breakaway. A very futuristic theatre. Designed by Salvador Perez Arroyo.
And quite a view also from it.
Amazing. I mean, you could say the same about almost all of these, this shoreline. It is everywhere the camera points. Just breathtaking.
Just a bit different than the usual architecture in here,
Yeah,
of course.
that's true.
Very classical.
Architecture is a real mixture of Renaissance architecture and a lot of Belle Epoque architecture on Lake Maggiore. All right, let's remind ourselves how we got here then, over 189 kilometers of stage 13. Una bella vittoria in a tremendous setting as well, Alberto Bettiol. Well, the riders are still coming over the line in bits and pieces, although I've just seen the ambulance go over the line, so that implies that everybody is in, I think. So we've had the gruppetto. We've got the Maglia Rosa fully warmed down now and already in pink for the podium. Making his way yet again to the back of the podium, which is becoming very familiar territory for him. And we're about to welcome Alberto Bettiol as the stage winner onto the podium.
Here is the man of the day, Alberto Bettiol. He's been calm the whole day, and I think everybody also was a little bit on the edge with the energy today, because so far we just had 2 attacks, and one was from Josh Kench and the other from Legnesund. Nobody else had the legs to try something. I think the fatigue start to appear in the legs of the riders, especially after such a warm and sweaty day on the bike.
He's raced the Giro 4 times in total and taken victories in 50% of his attempts at the Giro d'Italia. So if you see it like that, it's not a bad statistic, but it's 5 years that have passed since Bettiol stepped onto the top step as a stage winner at the Giro d'Italia. A rider who turned professional in 2014, long time ago, at a very young age, and has ridden for most of his career for the various iterations of EF Education Easy Post, previously Cannondale Drapac team. Just a 1 year with BMC in the middle of all of that, and then recently in 2024, 10 years after turning professional with Cannondale, he joined XDS Astana. In his opening year with XDS Astana, he won Milano-Torino and 1 or 2 other races besides. Last year, no victories, and so far in 2026, before today, he's not been close to winning.
No.
But he is an incredibly targeted and focused rider. It must sometimes frustrate his management and his directors that he doesn't win more often, because this is only win number 9 for Alberto Bettiol in all those years.
When he turned pro, he was in the color of the Cannondale, or it was Liquid Gas Cannondale, and he was one of the most promising rider of his generation, and he very talented and very strong rider. It's not always constant in his efforts, but when he does very good, and very good in style. Very good victory indeed for Alberto Bettiol.
His Giro is effectively complete. Sure, he'll try again. I'm sure we'll see him try and get in breakaways, but he's achieved what he came here to do, and that's take a stage victory. Not a rider who's ever contemplated the general classification. He's a classic specialist. His breakthrough victory was, of course, 2019 when he won the Tour of Flanders. And this is just his 9th victory in his career.
All of them with a big weight. When he does win, he win big.
Legnesund beaten into 2nd place for the 3rd time in his career. The 2nd time in this particular edition of the Giro as well. Bahrain Victorious did ride at the front of the peloton today, but only in a very not even controlling manner. They were, along with Visma Lease bike, absolutely clear in their tactics, that they were more than happy to allow the breakaway up the road today. And I think Alfonso Alulio would probably be quite relieved that there was no GC action as well on the final couple of climbs, which could have happened today, couldn't it?
Yeah, it's just, I think everybody's recharging ahead of tomorrow, which is a mighty day of climbing for all of them. So there was no attacks, just mere controlling from all the GC contenders. No shake-up in the GC, as expected in a way, but I think for Eulalio was more than a good day. We've seen the margin of Vingegaard and the remaining riders as slim, but he has a big day ahead of him. Until now, he was providing some very good performances.
Yeah, he's been one of the most interesting stories in this Giro d'Italia that has now reached, well, the end of stage 13, and he still leads the race by 33 seconds over Jonas Vingegaard, the big favourite to take pink in Rome. Arendsman moving up to third after the individual time trial, displacing Felix Gall. That's going to be an interesting battle tomorrow. O'Connor showing signs of really good form, as is Jai Hindley. Michael Storer, 3 Aussies in a row. Derek G. West moving up to 8th. Giulia Pellizzari with work to do, down in 9th place on GC, just 1 place ahead of the last placed rider on GC. Chris Harper, 4 Australian riders. We'll take a look before we end this transmission at tomorrow's stage, because it is horrifying, really. The first 5-star stage of this year's race. And a big day for this man, the king of the mountains, Jonas Vingegaard. Oh, we've got the Maglia Ciclamino. Wasn't expecting him in, but a slightly dazed-looking Paul Magnier. A little bit of inattentiveness, whether it was deliberate or not, right at the beginning when the breakaway attacks were coming, all 18 of them, and Jonathan Milan attacked violently quite early on, and for once he wasn't followed by Paul Magnier. He should be confident of victory in the Maglia Ciclamino, but he'll also be very pleasantly relieved that Jonathan Narvaez wasn't in that 15-rider group. Given the freedom of the road today,
it could have been a big plot twist on the Ciclamino race, but it didn't happen. For once, Narvaez was not present in the breakaway, and gives us more option available to the final result. Here's the standings.
Still just 11 points, isn't it?
Yeah, just Jasper Stuyven moved himself in 4th position.
And Leknesund also picks up a hatful of points for another 2nd place. He moves up into 8th on 60 points. Diego Sevilla also picking up the intermediate sprints and gaining a further 12 points. Yeah, the king of the mountains might lose that jersey tomorrow, but it's unlikely. If he wins the stage, then it's impossible.
It needs to be a strong breakaway from the early climbs that goes off and stay till the line, but
seems unlikely, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a short stage, so it's not. They need to ride anyway. You know, the teams want to control and want to set the tempo to make the race hard. I think eventually we'll be down to a GC fight for the stage victory. You know, and. But just as a consequence of making the race hard. But we will see. I mean, we just have to wait tomorrow. Later on, we're gonna see a little bit of what tomorrow looks like. It's quite easy, up or down. He's getting better at throwing flowers.
Yeah, big crowd here, isn't there?
Yeah.
In Verbania. Look at that size of that crowd. Held at bay a little bit behind those fences, just to allow the photographers and the camera operators a little bit of space in which to get the pictures of the podium. But she caught the bouquet. Problem is with this King of the Mountains competition that his nearest opponent in the King of the Mountains competition really isn't a specialist climber, which is a bit odd to say, but that's the way it's played out. And none of the climbers who are off the general classification have really made much of an impact on this race so far. So Jonas Vingegaard leads still by a long way in that competition. Afonso Eulalia, though, steps out onto the podium in white once more. If he does lose the pink jersey tomorrow, there's every chance we'll still see him on the podium anyway, because his lead in the Young Riders classification is still substantial. Bahrain victorious, leading 2 classifications, the white jersey and the general classification. And still celebrating, I would imagine, the victory of Alex Segats yesterday into Novi Ligure. They're having a brilliant Giro. And Eulalia has a 3-minute 42-second lead over Giulia Pellizzari and 4 minutes 20 over Markel Bellocchi in the white jersey standards.
This is a possible
achievement
target.
Yeah.
For at least for the second week and tomorrow's stage. I mean, 3-minute 42 is a massive. You need to really completely standing still on the road tomorrow and completely collapse in there. So you still have a chance to hold this jersey, a fair chance.
Paul Magnier enjoyed another relatively calm day, and today didn't see Jonathan Narvaez make any gains.
Well, the good news for you today is Narvaez didn't make the breakaway. Have you worked for him to not be in the breakaway?
Yeah, I tried to have a look on Milan and Narvaez for sure, but yeah, I think he was not really motivated for today, so it make my task a bit easier.
Is the heat a bit of a problem for you?
I think it's a bit for everybody. Yeah, it's super warm, but in the end today it went quite fast, so we don't really feel the warm, but the heat. But tomorrow will be super warm for sure.
And tomorrow will be in Valle d'Aosta, where you were a winner at Giro Next Gen, but is it the stage after tomorrow that is in your mind?
Yeah, exactly. I had some super nice memory in Valle d'Aosta, but yeah, I think tomorrow will be really hard, but yeah, I think the goal is on Sunday in Milan.
Merci.
Merci.
Well, we've heard from the Maglia Ciclamino after a calm day. Here's another man who had a calm day. It's the Maglia Rosa.
Also, still in the Maglia Rosa. Congratulations. How have you defended your Maglia Rosa today? Tell us about the early part of the stage when many riders wanted to break away.
Yeah, it's normal, but today is a perfect day for the breakaway. No, all teams, all riders want to be there, and yeah, my team control much is possible. No, and they did a perfect job, like do all days, and yeah, in the final we just keep the normal pace. We just push at the finish line, and yeah, the team is perfect. One more day, and I just need to say thank you all the team.
One more day, and your goal is reached. Tomorrow you will hit the mountains with the Maglia Rosa. Eager to defend it, keep it?
Yeah, tomorrow I will enjoy the day much I can. I will suffer, I will enjoy, and yeah, in the final we will see what I can do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know how much he is going to enjoy tomorrow, to be honest. It's going to come under an enormous amount of pressure. But he does strike me as the kind of rider who is enjoying life. Jonas Vingegaard maybe enjoying life a little less. Was ill earlier on in the week, but he appears to be getting back to full fitness.
Has it been an easy stage tactically, and how has it been physically?
Well, to be honest, I think actually in the end it was an easier stage than it was yesterday, because the most of the stage was flat and easy. Of course, in the end it was a bit of a hard final, but yeah, we managed in a good way. We got through it as a team, so it was a good day for us.
Tomorrow the big day. Have you had enough of watching Afonso Lalio with the Maglia Rosa?
Well, I mean, yeah, of course, tomorrow is a super hard stage, and yeah, of course, it would be an honor for me to take the pink jersey. I've said it all the way from the start that I think every day you can have in a leader's jersey is an honor.
A short stage tomorrow. Do you like it to be short for a mountain stage?
Oh, well, actually, I like both short, hard stage, but also a long and hard stage. It's yeah. In general, I'm just happy that we're going into the mountains tomorrow, and that yeah, the weather will be nice.
Thank you, Jonas.
Yeah, chapeau to that, and I completely agree. The weather is going to be lovely, which is a blessed relief. Jonas Vingegaard leads Diego Sevilla still by a handsome margin, but Sevilla, as you can see, has moved from 60 to 63 points in the King of the Mountains competition today. Not much change, really. Let's have a look at tomorrow then. We've heard all the riders talk about it. It is an absolute stinker. 5-star stage. The problem is it's only 133 kilometers long, so it's going to be mightily explosive. Circling around Aosta itself, it's not a linear stage. It goes straight up the first categorized climb, which is something of a monster. A Cat 1 climb, Saint-Barthélemy, dropping down to Nuss. Intermediate sprint comes early on today at Lausanne. Then there's a Cat 3 climb. Straight after that, a short descent. Another Cat 1 climb, almost no descent in between. The next Cat 2 climb, and then a long descent to the Red Bull kilometre before the final 16.5 kilometre climb to the finish line, never used before at the Giro d'Italia, in Pila at an average gradient of 7.1%. Proper GC day tomorrow with a huge amount of climbing, all crammed into 133 kilometres. Not a day for Alberto Bettiol, not a day for 99% of the peloton. It's going to be a very, very exclusive set of riders who make it to the finish line tomorrow. And do join us for live coverage of a short, sharp, brutal and very beautiful stage tomorrow. From Jacopo and me, for now though,
It's ciao.